Okay, testing. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, thank you.
minutes to settle down so that we can start without any hassles. My name is Musweu Mokhotle. I'm the Director General in the Northwest Province, and I would be facilitating the proceedings for this second day. I hope that we had a good networking session, all of us, from the community reps and other businesses and the captains of the industry, to share insight and the dynamics involved in the value chain and exploit the opportunities that exist for all of us. Yesterday is gone. This is a new day. Let us energize ourselves to complete it as we did with the first day. The summary of the yesterday's proceedings were rendered, so I'm not going to refer there to a day which was very fruitful and effectfully facilitated by MEC Musenuchi. I hope those that are charged with the responsibility of the online delegates have made the proper arrangements to ensure that when we reach the panel stages and there are discussions, when we come to questions and comment sessions, they would be ready to also allow the online delegates to participate in this conference, so that it's not only those delegates that are here that participate. So we'll have an interaction section with those that are online. May I, at this stage, as we settling, call upon Dr. Rebecca Masirumule. Dr. Rebecca Masirumule is going to present to us the Platinum Valley. What are the opportunities in the Northwest Province? After that presentation, I hope Mr. Pumutso Netwazi would also be ready. Is this side? Would also be ready to give us a presentation. We only have 2 presentations today, and then we'll proceed to the panel discussion 3, as well as 4, and then we will gravitate towards the summary by the Director General of Minerals, Advocate Thabo Mokoena, and closing. So it's a relatively short day compared to yesterday. And I hope that we'll conduct it as planned. By 1 o'clock, we'll be out of this hall. Doctor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'd like to first acknowledge the Minister, Gordon Montache, our Premier, young as he may be, but wonderful work that you're doing to welcome us to your province. All officials, private sector, any MECs that I may have missed, all protocol observed. First, I'd like to start by just expressing my gratitude for the opportunity to speak today. I think that we're having lots of conversations around hydrogen economy in South Africa. But the question is, what's in it for South Africans? What's in it for us? May I get my presentation? So the purpose of today's discussion is really looking at what's going on in the hydrogen economy. How do we ensure that if we move in this direction, we're going to have jobs, we're going to have impact on youth, but also what are the implications for Northwest? Yesterday, you mentioned that Northwest is responsible for 45% of the global PGM. And in terms of moving in the hydrogen economy, the question is, why are we doing it? So South Africa has 75% of the world's platinum group metals. In addition to that, we have solar resource, one of the best in the world, top 3. But in addition to that, we have wind resource along our coast, because we have essentially 3 sides of the country are bordered by the ocean. So in terms of the process of determining if we should move in the direction, there's policies that are being developed by South Africa to ensure that this happens. So actually our journey actually started over 15 years ago when the cabinet at that point in time made a decision. So tells you that policy is a very important thing. It leads and guides us in the right direction. So our leadership 15 years ago made a decision to say, we have 75% of the world's platinum. We want to generate wealth for South Africans, and in doing that, let's start a program of action. So what we did is the National Hydrogen Research RDI strategy said we need to develop the skills, the capabilities in South Africa, and we've done that successfully so. Then even subsequently, the Department of Transport developed a green transport strategy. And in that strategy, it says that we need to decarbonize the transport sector in terms of the road sector, and fuel cell electric vehicles can play a role in that. And more recently, over the last 2 or 3 years, you started to see the DTIC come to the party. They have a green commercialization strategy that they are supporting. The Department of Energy, Mineral Resources and Energy, is doing work on just energy transition. And really, the Hydrogen Society Roadmap is work that the Department of Science and Innovation is leading. So in terms of the high-level outcomes and the vision of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap, first vision is we're looking at an inclusive, sustainable, and competitive hydrogen economy to support net zero carbon economic growth and societal well-being by 2050. So it's important to understand what is societal well-being. Societal well-being means that there are jobs. Societal well-being means that you have industrial development, but more importantly, it means that your economic growth is across the country. It's not just centered in certain areas like Gauteng, Western Cape, or KZN, where it naturally occurs. We're looking at economic growth in Limpopo Province, Northern Cape, Northwest leading the charge and the movement towards a hydrogen economy. And really, in terms of the work that we've done, we had extensive stakeholder engagements. We had close to 50 organizations, starting with SOEs like your ESCOMs, your Transnets, Central Energy Fund. We had Department of Energy, Mineral Resources and Energy, Department of Defense, Department of Transport, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, but we also had private sector. So we had numerous private sector guys, your Anglos, your Sasols, some SMEs like Mitochondria Energy was involved. We had Bambili, which is a women-led organization, as well as civil society, actually. So we had National Youth Development Agency, we had youth industry associations that were involved, because the youth are going to be at the front and center of this transition. And we actually met, and I would say we had a round table. So no one's view was more important than others, right? And really that was really important, because in most cases you find that certain voices are muted in the discussions. And then out of that, we said, as a country, these are our priorities. So the first priority is decarbonizing transport with a focus on road, in part because road is responsible for 98% of emissions. So we didn't look at rail or shipping, but we focused on road. And the Department of Transport will lead that transition in that process, supported by other departments. The second outcome was decarbonization of energy-intensive industries, your mining sector, your cement sector, and so forth. That is being led by DTIC, supported by Department of Forestry, Fishery, and Environment. The third main outcome is creation of an export market for green hydrogen that we are manufacturing and producing in South Africa. That's being led by the DTIC, supported by National Treasury and DERCO. The fourth outcome is looking at an enhanced power sector and buildings. So you can use fuel cells, you can use hydrogen in buildings, as well as to actually stabilize your grid in terms of renewables. So because the reality is renewables are intermittent. And you really can't necessarily swap a renewable power plant with a coal-fired power plant or even nuclear, because nuclear is essentially your only clean base load. So you can actually use your green hydrogen to get a flexible load for your renewables. And last but not least, we have an aspiration for jobs, manufacturing. We have knowledge and intellectual property that we've developed over the last 15 years, and DSI is responsible for ensuring that there's going to be a center of excellence in manufacturing fuel cells across the country for export to export market. So the Hydrogen Society Roadmap has certain subcomponents that we wanted to focus on. So The first subcomponent is what we call a coal seal to the X research development innovation program. So the reality is coal is going to be around for a long time. The lifetime of a power plant is on average, 40 years? So if you look at Kusile Mudupe, some of the existing stock, coal is going to be around up until 2040, 2050, 2060. That's the reality. You may not have wanted to hear it from me, but that is the reality, that's the truth. So the question is, how do we deal with that? It's in the stock, and that's what decisions have been made in the IRP. We're not changing that. So the way to do that is to do coal carbon capture and use. You can actually take the flue gas or the emissions from a coal-fired power plant and actually turn it into commodities that you can sell in international markets. A lot of other countries are doing this successfully. You look at the UK, carbon capture and use from coal-fired power plants is core to their hydrogen strategy. And I don't understand why South Africa needs to take the same step and measure. So this is clean coal technologies. Even your Sasols are doing this in sustainable aviation fuels. Is happening in Secunda and Sasol. So that's the first thing. So we're looking at gray, blue, green hydrogen as we talk about it. The second component is talking to youth. A lot of your youth are at TVET colleges. So, and also the TVET college system is growing. So I think close to 2 to 3 million students over the next 5 years. And we feel that the job growth in the hydrogen economy should center around TVET college students. And I'll go into detail how we've started that process, even in the midst of COVID, for educating TVET colleges students to be part and parcel of this transition. The third portion, of course, is the Platinum Valley, which I'll go into detail today, around the jobs and opportunities, tax revenue, and so forth. And then last but not least, whenever you start any process, the question is, what is success? What is excellence in your process? So we went through an extensive process of identifying what success is. And last but not least, it all started with the Hydrogen South Africa program and RDI. So we actually did a review of that program and said, how do we improve it going forward? So during the State of the Nation address debate by our president, this is in 2021, it was mentioned that we had been funding the Hydrogen South Africa program for close to a decade. It also should note that in terms of the government's response to COVID-19, this is in 2020, the Department of Defense, in partnership with Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, and Department of Science and Innovation, we actually rolled out fuel cells within 6 weeks at a field hospital in the Military One. And that hospital has been actually powering a field hospital for COVID-19 patients, successfully so since June of 2020. Now, even aligned to that, we looked at the South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan of South Africa. And we're saying that we need to recover, we need to create jobs, economic growth. So the Platinum Valley was mentioned as one of the instruments we're going to use to spur and encourage economic growth in South Africa. So in terms of the Platinum Valley, what is it? So essentially, what we're doing is we're looking at a corridor between Limpopo through to Durban, 838 kilometers. It has a hub and spoke feel, and we're looking at bankable projects along this corridor. And really, we did engagements and interactions with private sector, public sector around what hydrogen projects they're looking at, what the nature of the project is, looking at how soon those projects can get onto the ground. And like I said, this is we chose this corridor in part because of existing projects, but also because you have a lot of movement of mining commodities from Limpopo through to Durban to the ports. And with the implications of the increased demand for minerals globally, we're looking to decarbonize at least this value chain. So in terms of what a hydrogen valley is, so a hydrogen valley has 4 benefits. First, individual private sector partners, they actually take their demand separately and put it together. When you get economies of scale, you reduce your cost, right? Also, the area that we looked at. So I know there's a lot of discussions around hydrogen production in Northern Cape, but also you can do hydrogen production. You can co-locate your demand with your production. So if you look at Rustenburg area where we're sitting here today, the production of hydrogen, you can get it at $3.95 per kilogram. which is cheaper than Joburg, cheaper than Durban, is because you're solar irradiance. So if you're going to do hydrogen in mines here, you should probably do your own production here, because the cost of transport from Northern Cape will be too much, will blow your costs. So that's the recommendation in Northwest, is at $3.95 per kilogram. But also, if mining sector companies are working together, they should take their demand and work it together. You share on infrastructure, reduce risk. Second of all, another implications is allowing the government to play a role in encouraging and supporting private sector around their ambitions. So just straight to the project. So the project outcomes were, first, to figure out what the demand is, how large it is. 2, see what infrastructure needs are. 3, what are the shovel-ready projects, so projects which are close to bankability. And then what are the opportunities for jobs? What are the opportunities for economic growth? And what are the barriers from a policy and regulatory point of view? So this is just at a high level. So currently, we're looking at projecting the domestic demand in South Africa will be 2% of the global domestic demand for hydrogen, with a 1% give or take. Now, of that demand, the Hydrogen Valley is looking to be between 40 and 80% of the domestic demand for South Africa. So this is just analysis and projections. Now, most of that demand is sitting around industry sector, so chemicals, buildings, mobility, and a little bit of buildings and so forth. And I think this is a reasonable projection that we're putting forward. Now, taking that demand and drilling down to Johannesburg. So there were 3 nodes. One of the nodes was in Johannesburg, and that node grew all the way to Rustenburg. So in terms of the Rustenburg area, we're looking at hydrogen demand will be in chemicals production, your mobility, so you have mining vehicles on the road, buildings, as well as mining equipment will be where you're going to have demand. So mining equipment for underground mining. If you use diesel versus hydrogen, you reduce your requirements for air quality and so forth. And we're looking at a low projection of 41 kilograms per kilotons of hydrogen demand, up to 74 kilotons, depending upon how fast you roll out your technologies. Now, if I'm going to drill down further, deeper, in terms of what projects. So these projects are bankable. We'll be able to get funding because of how they were organized. So there's 2 projects that were identified for Rustenburg area. One project is in looking at forklifts and logistics for the Rustenburg area. Starting out very slow with regards to 0.2 kilotons of hydrogen per year of demand. So sorry, it's not in like numbers of forklifts, but the demand that those forklifts would need in Rustenburg. And the second project that is close to fruition is Anglo American is thinking about putting fuel cells at their corporate offices here in Rustenburg as a second project. So this is just several already. This is not exhaustive of all the projects, but things that we think will be on the ground within the next 24 months and so forth. Now, even if you look further in terms of the projects, the GDP growth, depending upon the projections, could be between 3.9 and 8.8 billion US dollars by 2050 if we implement these projects. Now, I think I want to just put that into context. Only if you do beneficiation in South Africa. So this is based on beneficiation. You're going to have less demand or less economic growth if you don't do beneficiation of your platinum locally in South Africa. And I think this is really important because you can have green hydrogen production using alkaline electrolyzers or PEM electrolyzers. Alkaline electrolyzers do not use platinum. Your PEM electrolyzers use platinum. And that's a really big difference between how we as South Africa will make a decision versus other countries that do not have platinum like we have. And I think we need to really protect our interest around these issues. Now, in terms of other options, remember, there's between 14,000 and 32,000 jobs per year that can come to the country. Some of those jobs are coming to the Rustenburg area specifically based on some of the analysis that we've done, in part because you guys are responsible for 45% of the platinum and global platinum, and with the projections around platinum growth, there'll be more mining jobs. And then in terms of jobs, I have a slide later in terms of what jobs we're looking at. And then in terms of the electrolyzer and fuel cells that you're going to be rolling out, we're looking at between up to 70 million US dollars of revenue to the platinum group sector in South Africa. Of course, that's very relevant to Northwest, where 45% of the country's platinum comes from. Now, in terms of the jobs, there will be jobs along the entire value chain. So for us, this was very important that we ensure that there were jobs, high-level jobs, medium, low-skilled jobs, and so forth. In terms of the jobs you're looking at, you have water resource engineering because you need water, right? You're gonna have jobs in mining sector. You're gonna have jobs in infrastructure builds because you need, currently in the short term, you're gonna take your hydrogen, produce it, and truck it. We've done analysis. It's better to truck it while your economies of scale are low. And then once you get enough demand, then you put in place maybe a hydrogen backbone, which means you need infrastructure. You need engineers who know how to work hydrogen infrastructure. You do have existing gas infrastructure. You have the Ramco pipeline that coming down from Mozambique. You have the hydrogen pipeline that goes from Sasol to Springs, but you actually need to have more infrastructure as we pipeline if the growth of hydrogen increases. You also need fabricators because you're going to have technologies being manufactured. And then last but not least, you're going to need people in education and training, as well as in communications around this new area of focus. And I just wanted to show this picture. Again, like I said, the operation and maintenance of fuel cells, trucks and so forth will be done by University of Technology and TVET graduates. And this is a picture of our first cohort that we launched in November of 2020. Our Deputy Minister, Manamela, he launched this program under the midst of COVID. So the fuel cells that we have deployed are actually being operating and maintained by former TVET graduates who went through a 6-week training course. So you can take electricians and upskill them within a 6 to 8 week course to actually be able to do the work. So these are jobs that are available. And we actually are taking this training and scaling it up across South Africa. Okay, and the last but not least, looking at this, the platinum revenues, like I said, is required that if you're going to get this platinum revenues, you're going to go with PEM electrolyzers, as well as fuel cells that use PEM technology, because PEM technology is where you're going to get your platinum. And I think just as a moment of reflection, is 1 to 2% increase in the platinum demand. Maybe this is an opportunity for a junior miner who is doing manual mining to get an opportunity to take on this demand for platinum and have opportunities for growth. So in closing, hopefully I've made the case for why we should go in this direction and the benefits to the platinum group metal industry. First of all, you're looking at 3 hubs, Johannesburg, Limpopo, as well as Durban, where the Johannesburg hub moves into Rustenburg area for projects, but we're willing and open to further partnerships to do other studies that may focus on Northwest if we want to look at more bankable and shovel-ready projects. So we're making a commitment as DSI to do that with the Northwest government. Second of all, 40 to 80% of the domestic demand could be in this corridor. In terms of the cost, the honest cost is that the costs are more expensive than gray. So gray hydrogen is at $2 per kilogram. So gray hydrogen is what you produce from coal and natural gas. However, possibly with the cross-border adjustment mechanisms and other tariffs coming from other countries, US industry may want to go with green hydrogen, but remember there are jobs behind that. Third, between 3.9 and 9.8 billions of GDP, but it's based on local beneficiation. So you cannot leave out that component. And we're also looking at regulatory measures. Some of the shovel-ready projects can go with the current regulations and so forth. And last but not least, 9 promising projects across the country. Let's make this happen between government and private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masrumule. It's becoming clearer, and it started yesterday with the presentations that were rendered, that the road from the high to the low carbon economy is going to open up more opportunities for businesses, for communities. Some of the issues are at planning stage, some are at research stage. So I hope we will follow up on all of these presentations to get more insight of what opportunities exist so that we can exploit same. May I call upon Mr. Pumutso Netwazi, who's going to do a presentation on social and labor plans. He is the regional manager, minerals and energy regulation. Mr. Pumutso. Oh, the stage is yours, sir. Thank you very much. Which document do I press? Okay. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Premier, members of Executive Council in the province, Director Generals, captains of the industries, ladies and gentlemen, delegates that are here, good morning. Okay, where do I look at this side? No, anyway. As indicated, my name is Provincial Netwazi, the regional manager in this beautiful province. My task is quite easy. It's just to give a reflections in terms of the issues around social and labor plan. I think what is key is that we should all recognize the fact that this year, 2022 marks the 18th year when the department has introduced the social and labor plan in this dispensation. In terms of the presentation, I think what is key is that aspects that we are going to look into today relates to issues such as, I must indicate issues such as legal framework, educational investment, mine community development, and other aspects that are critical in dealing with social and labor plans. Having said that, that's just the legal framework that dictates how social and labor plans should be governed. The objectives in relation to where we get our mandate on social and labor plan, part of the key emphasis is the fact that we do expect mining companies to contribute to the socio-economic development of the communities in which they operate. And in the main, social and labor plans are seen as tools that are meant to transform the mining industry. The part of our objectives in terms of the MPRDA is that they are also meant to promote economic growth and mineral and petroleum resources development in South Africa. The key facts that we should bear in mind when we talk about the social and labor plan, part of it is just a reflection in relation to the performance of our SMMEs. 70% of the new businesses, apparently they fail in less than 2 years of their establishment. That information is derived from global entrepreneurship monitors. The SMMEs
generate about 22% of the turnover in the formal business, that is in a South African context. So the SMME that would also be applicable in the mining industry, they are part of that 22% of what we call the formal business. Small businesses, what is of a concern is the recognition of the fact that small businesses has a bit of a less presence, both in the mining and the utility sector. In this case, it will be water and electricity sectors. The information is as fresh as 2019 from States SA. One of the issues which is of key when we talk about the SMMEs is around the duration of the contract. It is important to indicate the fact that it matters in terms of the duration of the contract that is afforded to our SMMEs, especially around the sustainability of their business. There are many factors that determines the success of our SMMEs. Now, as it is known, part of what we have in a social and labor plan is what we call mining community development projects. This could be infrastructure related projects, enterprise development projects. And I must make a disclaimer that with this information, this is probably a drop in the ocean of some of the projects that were implemented, as you would appreciate that we can't, on this platform of this nature, be talking about all projects that were implemented. Otherwise, we will take the whole day, if not the whole weeks. Of interest, it would be for me just to highlight a few of the projects which are worthy of observation. There is this project which is called the construction of Platinum Primary School and Platinum High. The project was done in collaboration by Impala Platinum in collaboration with the Department of Education. I think there is an emphasis that the more stakeholders partner with each other, there is a greater impact that can be made. So the value of the project is at the region of 130 million. The good thing is that that project has already been completed. I must also reflect on the second project. This project was done by Sibanye in partnership with Anglo-American Resenberg Development Fund, and it is Mfidikwe waterborne sanitation. The value of the project is at 27 million. Water and sanitation issues are critical in our communities. Part of what one would also reflect on is the project which we called Weitokong Dilapidated School. This was a conversion of a school into what we call a technical school. The school was dilapidated. The project has already been completed. We've also have a project of Luka water infrastructure. We also have a project of Kanana multipurpose center, Luka Mukono roads constructions. Projects of this nature were delivered by Impala Platinum. The total value is about 61 million. These are just the pictures of those projects. The multi-purpose center and library is a very, not only beautiful, but very important structure, which is meant to serve the communities around the Kanana. This is that road construction that was finalized by Impala Platinum. I must also mention some of the few projects that were done by Roven or Glencore SA Alloys. This is a construction of a Bethany clinic. As we know, we can't undermine the importance of clinics in our communities. There is this project that was completed by Sibanye. It is the project that relates to the construction of a forensic, mortuary, refuse management, provision of ambulances. I am going to pass some of the projects so that I don't spend much time talking about this project. But in other districts, in this case, we are talking about Ditsobotla. We've got this project that was done by AfriSam. There are no pictures that perhaps are worthy of referencing. Some of these projects that I'm now highlighting are projects that are on the pipeline, where there is still an opportunity for stakeholders to partners. All these are projects which are yet to be implemented. On enterprise development, this is a program that was implemented by Glencore, Western Chrome mine. I think what one should acknowledge is that all these mines, in their own nature, they are implementing enterprise-related developmental programs. And in terms of the success, what has been found is that where there is coaching, mentorship, and business support, one finds that there is a very greater success of those programs as compared to the instances where there are no any support of such nature that are offered. In as far as education is concerned, I must indicate that when we talk about SLP, part of what the mining company are also expected to do is to contribute towards education. And I guess there is no any great investment we can make than investment on education, as we will be talking about future generations. Now, this project was done by Eland Platinum. And I think the total amount of people that were trained is about 901. Areas of interest are about internship, bursaries, and learnership. Now, the value of this program is at a tune of 25 million, and the other figures we can all see the amount. Sibanye, in as far as education is concerned, this is for a period of the past 5 years. They have spent close to 1,483,000,000 in relation to education. And obviously areas of focus are around bursary, school support, learnership. So that's what they've spent. Now, what is important when we talk about Sibanye, you must appreciate the fact that we are talking about Western Platinum, the former Western Platinum mines, Eastern Platinum mines, Rustenburg Platinum mines, and the Aquarius Platinum mines. So that total amount is from those operations. Impala Platinum, the total amount is about 1,160. These are the people that have been trained in the past five years. Sianda Platinum, we can talk about 1,680. These are the people that have gone through educational program in the past 5 years. And the value thereof is that figure which we have mentioned. Now, when we talk about SLP, the biggest element in the room is procurement. And I must indicate the fact that before I finalized my presentation, I interacted with all mining companies. And I asked a very simple question: demonstrate to me how much have you spent for the past 5 years in relation to contribution on the local communities. I must indicate that that information is yet to be presented to me, with the exception of the few, and that should tell you the story, probably in relation to the fact that on the issues around the local contribution on procurement, it's either the information is not readily available, or it's either there isn't anything of value that could worth somebody presenting at this platform. But for those that are presented, this is Sibanye once more. In the past 5 years, they have spent close to 5 billion only on the local communities in terms of giving them program or projects. Some of the operations that have spent a considerable amount of money is Yanda Bahata. They've spent close to 1,983,000,000 in terms of offering opportunities to their communities. As we are aware, they've got close to what we call 32 villages. So that is the value which they have spent in terms of affording procurement-related opportunities in the past 6 years. Samanco, for the past 5 years, this is a minor operation, is about 217 million. The mill cell operation is about 1 billion. A very interesting story relates to what we call Pilansberg Platinum Mine. They brought what we called Section 54 in our office at some point, and that relates to their dispute with one of the communities in that area. And our responsibility was to facilitate the interaction so that the dispute between them and the community is resolved. But the key thing is that out of that interaction, there is a signed agreement that 60% of 1 billion, which they are going to spend, that particular figure is going to the local community. Now, that is a small project if you were to compare it with other programs as well. But the key thing is about the percentage which they are willing to spend to develop and contribute to the communities. Well, the issues of challenges and risk have been well spoken yesterday. I think for me, what is key is probably to highlight bullet number 4 in relation to obstacles related to what we call fully public participation. All mining companies have got an obligation of ensuring that they consult intensively so with their stakeholders. These are communities who are to be affected by their activities. And part of the challenges which we have observed in this province in particular is that in certain area, mining companies find it challenging to conduct fully public participation as a result of certain obstacles. In one community, which I remember very well, members of the community said, but you can't report on what you want to do on SLP until such that you address issues related to surface use. Now you find that these kind of obstacles, they certainly impact heavily in terms of the delivery of the SLP, because if there can't be fully public participation, it means the interests of the communities and the inputs of the communities cannot be accommodated, and there is a delay in the implementation of the SLP programs. Other issues are common: lack of business trainings and skills. These are the issues that are common in the province. Change in municipal personnel. We've got instances where the office bearers or including the officials are changed. You find that there is a redirection in terms of what must be implemented as SLP-related programs, despite that the previous executives would have endorsed the programs that are approved. Now, these are some of the things that contribute to the delays. I think of key in reflecting on the contributions of the mining companies on SLP is to acknowledge that indeed there are some challenges. And I think what is important is for us to qualitatively measure the extent to which these mining companies have contributed or are contributing on social and labor plan programs. The only measure we can have in dealing with this is when we ask critical questions. Questions such as, what are the direct socio-economic benefits that are being derived through the implementation of these programs? Now, just as I indicated, I only sampled very few programs that have been implemented. But in addition to that, I haven't touched issues relating to the contributions of the mine on housing and living conditions, as we are also aware that they are also doing some work in that space. What are the indirect socio-economic benefits that are derived through the implementation of this program? There are direct, there are also indirect socio-economic benefits that are derived. And how many people are able to experience the benefits? This is a very critical question if we are to qualitatively measure the extent to which the mining companies are contributing. We must measure how many people are able to experience the benefits. We must also be able to answer the question as to how sustainable are the benefits provided. There are instances where companies will embark on a particular project or program only to find that those who are meant to be beneficiaries, they collapse the project once the projects are handed over. Now we've got quite a number of examples of programs which were key in the context that some of them were associated with the production of food. The other question we should ask is, how well are the community demographics represented as beneficiaries? Now, this is key because issues related to community infights in certain area, you realize that part of the outcry is around their participation on the program or on the project which are run and managed by the mine. The last part that I just want to indicate is that SLPs are living documents. They require collaborative efforts by all stakeholders. There is a slight concern from mining houses in relation to the extent to which in certain area government institutions appear not to be communicating with each other. We must make an undertaking in relation to communities and in relation to the departments that are instrumental in the Northwest that we are going to work with those particular departments. But having said that, I think there is also a call here that in relation to the implementation of the SLP, let's also move towards a process and a program where we are embracing more collaborative programs than individual small projects. So with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of a few reflections on SLP in the Northwest Province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Netwatsi. Can I call upon the third panel to take seats? Here, I hope the logistics are ready in terms of the mics and everything else. I think this is a subject that is closer to the hearts of our Mahosi and community representatives present in this conference. And I hope later when we do the commission on the fourth commission, when we talk about social cohesion and impact assessment, we will hear more from the panelists. And without imposing myself on the moderator for that panel, it would be important for the delegates to hear what is the best practice to be followed in the industry when we craft the social labor plans and possibly the assessment and evaluation methods related to those social labor plans.
What's up?
Thank you very much once again, Phumuzo Netwatsi. I would now hand over to the moderator of the panel, Ms. Tsepiso Kadiaka from the DTIC, and our panelists, it's Mr. Cecil Kosa, the CEO of SADPMR. I'm sure during the introductions we'll get the full meaning of the acronyms. Ms. Sibongile Shongwe, CEO of Platinum Incubator. Mr. Kagiso Menwe, the director from the department. Dr. Muteo Kuitsiwe, Director, Indigenous Knowledge System Center from the Northwest University. Ms. Amanda Magro, the Chief Operating Officer from Glencore. Delegates, can I hand over the panel now to the moderator, Ms. Tsepiso Kadiaka? It's over to you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I would like to start by acknowledging the Minister of Mineral Resources, Mr. Gwede Mantashe. Also in absentia, the Deputy Minister, oh, she's here, sorry, ma'am. Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources, Dr. Nobuhle Ngabane, sorry. The Premier of the Northwest Province, we acknowledge you, sir, Mr. Kaobitsa Mapi. And I'm also informed that the Mayor of the Bujanala municipality is also here. Executive Management of the province, departments, state-owned enterprises present, industry, labor. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on which part of the world you are joining us from. Welcome to the third panel, which will be discussing mining, mineral beneficiation, and small-scale mining. My name is Tsepiso Kadiaka. I come from the Department of Trade, Industry, and Competition. Today, I've got the best that industry has got to offer. So it is my absolute pleasure to serve you today as our moderator. I'll allow my panel to introduce themselves. In the process, as they introduce themselves, they must just share with us briefly, in a minute or two, what contribution has your organization given to the growth of the mineral beneficiation industry? I'll start with Margot at the end there, Amanda.
Thank you, and all protocol observed. My name is Amanda Mulgrew, and I am the Chief Operating Officer of Chrome Smelting for Glencore Alloys. I have been working in the industry for more than 30 years in various positions. And I can proudly say that Glencore has been beneficiating chrome ore and other minerals, for example, our vanadium ore, since 1977. We operate several chrome ore mines and the associated plants. We have 5 smelter complexes across the country in 3 provinces, of which 3 of those complexes are in the Northwest Province. We've got a production capacity of 2.34 million tons of ferrochrome, and of which 1.223 million tons is in the Northwest. We also operate the vanadium complex in the Brits area. And it just makes sense to operate these beneficiation plants, especially considering that South Africa owns approximately 72% of the global ore reserves. Now, what can we use as our key success factors, or explain as our key success factors? We continuously analyze our main cost drivers. And obviously, our focus in capital investment is on the implementation of process improvements to improve our effectiveness and our efficiency of our operations. And some of the examples that I can mention is our investment in the Primus technology, that is a patented technology owned by Glencore. And then subsequent to that, using the traditional way of smelting, we have also implemented several process improvements, like the implementation of effective sinter operations to improve our ore and energy efficiencies. I must also mention that we've got a very, very strong marketing and logistics team that is assisting the plants in an ongoing business. Maybe in terms of employment, as you know, it's between 3.2 and 4.5 direct jobs per 100 tons of ferrochrome produced, and a multiplier for associated jobs associated with ferrochrome production. The industry obviously faces several challenges, of which you are very aware of, and the focus is on addressing those. We also unfortunately had to close down one of our smelters in Lydenburg, and the plan is to focus our efforts to be in a position to recommission that smelter. Maybe in short.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mainway.
Thank you. My name is Kagiso Menwe. I am the Director of Mineral Beneficiation within the Department of Mineral Resources. I've been in this industry for well over 10 years, specifically in the policy formulation and strategy formulation sector. Before then, I was in the regulatory space with the SADPMR. And then before that, I was in the mining industry as a metallurgist. What our department and government broadly has done to promote mineral beneficiation has been to put in place strategies and policies and regulatory mechanisms to promote the development of the domestic mineral beneficiation industry. An example is the entity being run by Mr. Cecil Khoza, which is the South African Diamonds and Precious Metals Regulator. The function of this regulator is to ensure that domestic demand is satisfied before there is export of minerals. For example, when we look at PGMs, before PGMs are exported, domestic demand has to be satisfied such that we guarantee jobs and we guarantee development of this country. Another example of what we are doing to promote mineral beneficiation was mentioned earlier in terms of the regulations introduced with regards to procurement. What we are driving at with these regulations towards domestic procurement is that beyond mining, there needs to be manufacturing. We are using our minerals and our mining sector to drive domestic demand and to drive domestic manufacturing. How do we do that? By ensuring that local mines procure locally manufactured goods through the use of the mining charter. What we are also currently seized with is in response to what is currently happening in the ferrochrome sector. We've worked closely with them. Last year, we developed a strategy that we hope that will address the challenges that we are seeing in the sector, in the ferrochrome sector. We have looked at various interventions. Amongst them, we looked at the issue of energy efficiency. We've looked at allowing self-generation, increasing the cap in terms of self-generation. And going forward, we will be supporting other projects of government, such as the green hydrogen strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Meno. Over to you, Mutheo.
Thank you very much, Chair Lady. My name is Dr. Mutheo Goiti. I'm the director from Indigenous Knowledge Systems Center at the Faculty of Natural and Agricultural Sciences at Northwest University. I'm not a miner. My experience for the past 20 years has been on research, teaching and learning and community engagement on African Indigenous Knowledge Systems. We are part of a consortium of 5 universities under the banner of the Department of Science and Innovation, the National Research Foundation, Indigenous Knowledge Systems Center of Excellence, which include the Northwest University, University of South Africa, University of Limpopo, University of Venda, and ourselves as Northwest University. We are a pioneer of African Indigenous Knowledge Systems in South Africa because we are the first university in South Africa to have a South African Qualification Authority registered program on Indigenous Knowledge Systems, where in our program or in our curriculum, we've got 4 streams. which focus on African science, technology, and innovation, and also African arts and culture, African health systems, and also African agricultural systems. And where does mining comes into IKS? This is where in the area of African science, technology, and innovation, because we work with the Department of Science and Innovation to ensure that if we speak of issues of beneficiation, I think we also need to talk of issues of how can we come up with an equal benefit sharing model to ensure that all the stakeholders, including our own indigenous communities, are covered in this aspect. So in our area and in IKS, in the area of science and technology, we specialize also in the area of research, where we also want our students to also do their research in the areas like this one, because if we talk of the future of mining to also include Northwest Province, it means also we must also tap into the areas of indigenous knowledge systems, because if we talk mining, it's not only about getting technologies from the West to come and do whatever that we want to do. We must also look into our own grassroots, because knowledge, like in other countries like China and others, starts from your own grassroots level. So these areas of mining, especially in the Northwest Province, they provide opportunities not only for us in terms of learning, but also in research, to be able to see how we can also create a partnership with the relevant stakeholders so that our students, who are mostly of them coming from disadvantaged communities, can be able to take advantages and opportunities of these areas which are presented themselves as we are in the Northwest Province. So in a nutshell, I think that's what I can say, my sister.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Madam Shongwe.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Spongile Shongwe. I'm one of the few people that was blessed with being born in understanding that I'm here to develop people. I'm here to develop in this life, to develop entrepreneurs. So this I started at the age of 13 back home in KZN, which led me to this province. I am currently with the Platinum Incubator. Been with the incubator for the past 10 years now. The Platinum Incubator, for those that don't know, is an entity. It's an entity not for profit. It was put together by the best minds in the country, if I can say so, because the way it is incepted, it's a one-stop shop where government meets industry, meets academia and community. So what we do at the Platinum Incubator is we empower young people and previously disadvantaged people. We're not obviously biased to this everybody else, but in making sure that they understand the precious minerals of the country. We're very biased towards platinum. So we make sure that they understand the role of platinum in the economy and also have a hunger to beneficiate platinum. So for the past years, since inception in 2006, we've empowered plus minus 250 SMMEs, entrepreneurs throughout the country, virtually and physically, that have been incubated in the incubator. We boast a success rate of 60% in terms of business turnaround and sustainability. We've also then mentored youth in internship programs with the Mining Qualification Authority, plus minus 150 to be specific, and learnership programs for workplace development programs of plus minus 80. At this point, we have jewelry manufacturing and design as a third tertiary competency. We've started with industrial applications of PGMs. So we're very excited about this. It almost feels like a newborn baby in the incubator that we are all looking forward to plugging in and making it grow. So we collaborate with stakeholders. Incubation is about stakeholder collaborations. We've worked with mines like Sibanye, Anglo, and also very close with the regulator and Mining Qualification Authority, SITA, and academia like Orbit College, who is our life partner. Northwest University has been a partner of ours. Tshwane University of Technology. We're currently drafting a very good relationship with University of Johannesburg. There's a lot, but hopefully we'll be able to talk about it.
Thank you so much. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Tsepiso. My name is Cecil Kosa. I'm the CEO of the South African Diamond and Precious Metals Regulator. I've been in this industry for 24 years. 10 of which were at the DMR or DME, 8 in the industry, precious metals, gold in particular. And this is my 7th year at the regulator. Now, I started actually here. I was brought up in the Northwest. When I joined the department, I was fairly young. So my first 5 years, I was brought up here in this province. So I have a fairly good understanding of this province. Now, who are we, SADPMR? I know it's a long name. Most people tend to associate us more with diamonds because of our history. So I think it's very important to give a bit of a historical perspective. The SADPMR emanates from what used to be known as the Diamond Board, the South African Diamond Board, which was an entity led by or owned in a way by industry and established in terms of the Diamonds Act 1986. In 2005, the Diamonds Act was amended to change the mandate, and the state took over and introduced a diamond booth, which we call the Diamond Export and Exchange Center. At that point, the Precious Metals Act was also introduced to expand the mandate of the entity at that time to turn it into a regulator of both diamonds and precious metals. So we regulate the processing, the trading of both diamonds and precious metals. And when I say precious metals, we're talking of gold, platinum, palladium, rhodium, iridium, osmium, ruthenium, and what did I leave out? I think iridium. So those are the minerals that we regulate. And our objective mainly is to ensure that there's equitable access to mineral resources of this country. These minerals are processed and traded in an orderly manner in the best interest of all citizens of South Africa. Also to enhance local beneficiation and also socio-economic empowerment of South Africans. So that's the major role. We've got offices in Joburg. We are now located at the Gauteng Industrial Development Zone at OR Tambo, but we've got satellite offices in Kimberley, Durban, and Cape Town. In Durban and Cape Town, we're embedded in the DMRE offices. So if you need to find us, you'll get us there. I hope that covers in short what we.
Thank you so much. Let me just get straight to work and say, yesterday we joined in virtually. I was not here physically. And I was intrigued when I heard the Premier say, we've been talking about beneficiation for so many years. And I thought maybe, today we should showcase what the country is doing so that we can share this beautiful information. Mineral beneficiation is happening now. It's something that is not going to happen in the future. We're already participating as a country. The question is, how do we increase the rate? How do we ensure that as it's growing, like they said, it is inclusive, it creates jobs at the same time, but indirectly, obviously, growing our economy so that we can address the issues around job creation, poverty, inequality. So indulge me, Premier, to tell you that South Africa has the first fuel cell manufacturing facility in the Durban Trade Port. It is the first in South Africa, the first in Africa, the first in the Southern Hemisphere. They are currently producing fuel cells and exporting to the rest of the world. Let me bring it closer to home. Just here in the Northwest Province, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has funded one of the first Black industrialists, such a popular name, who is currently producing nickel sulfate. So when we're talking about electric vehicles and the battery pack, it's happening here at our doorstep, but are we aware of that? He was the first of the few Black industrialists who have been funded in the mineral beneficiation space. We're talking about a $20 million project, and they're exporting their nickel sulfate to where? Japan. Takadu Battery Minerals. Another example that I want to bring to the, as a twist, is the Hillside bauxite smelter, South 32. It is a particular different example because here we've got quite a tricky one. We always say, but we've got the minerals. We need to add value to them, Deputy Minister. But the challenge is that here we've got an opportunity where South Africa is actually not producing bauxite. We are currently importing it from various other countries, and then we are processing it and exporting aluminium. So I want us to think outside the box. I've brought you the best here to saying, where are the other opportunities that we might miss out? Because sometimes we tend to look at where we are. Let's get straight to work. I want to start with you, Spongile. You told us that you started this journey when we were 13 years old. Coincidentally, the Platinum Incubator has reached its teenage years. Since inception, 2005-06, you are now 13 years old. Can you talk to us about the mineral beneficiation that is not so talked about? You know, when we think mineral beneficiation, we talk about jewelry and diamonds. They're beautiful. We love them, CEO. But we want to talk about industrial application. Can you indulge us in that?
Yes, thank you for the question. So within industrial applications, we, as the incubator, have started recruiting metallurgists, graduate metallurgists, and chemical engineers. Obviously, this is with the assistance of Mining Qualification Authority, CISA. We've got mentors on board that are mentoring these youngsters in coming up with workable, tangible solutions in the PGM space. We're talking reverse engineering technologies, where we're looking at refining our own materials internally. When we're talking refining materials, cleaning our own metals and being able to reproduce with those metals. We're talking improving the type of alloys that we are using for jewelry. And also we're talking supplying industries like automotive. We're talking supplying industries like health, where we come up with alloys that are going to be used in, you know, health utensils, laboratories. We're just scratching the surface at the moment, but we know the future is great. What is not so often spoken about with PGMs is that they power technologies, actually, you know, because they are found in your electronics, especially the flat screen TVs or monitors. They are also found in health. They are found in fiberglass, those buildings that you see that are made of glass. They've got to make the glass fiber with some of the PGMs and platinum and the likes. Palladium on its own is an industrial material that is also used in catalytic converters, and also, platinum in fuel cells, and, together with hydrogen. So what is not really spoken about is the gist of technology that PGMs actually play a role in making sure that they happen. This industry 4.0 that we're talking about, the more youth understands how to manipulate the periodic table elements and how to process them, melt them at what temperature, and manipulate them at what degrees, that's what's going to make the future work. You know, so we're looking collaborations with Mintech in coming up with health solutions. We're talking other industry players that are going to plug in so that we extend the footprint very fast to make sure that more youth is actually included in the beneficiation space.
Thank you so much. Let me pick up on the medical devices and the opportunities in the medical industry, and maybe jump next door to you, to the good doctor there, and say, you know, we all know that cancer is currently one of the leading causes of deaths in the world. It's such an unfortunate thing. I mean, in 2020, they recorded around 10 million deaths throughout the world. But the other thing that we know is that the leading medicine that is in the treatment of cancer, it's platinum-based. We're talking about here cisplatin, carboplatin, and also oxyplat that is used in the treatment, which is chemotherapy. And we also know that there are challenges in terms of, you know, the cost of chemotherapy itself. Yeah. But in this case, I want you to talk to us about how do we ensure that as the Western world is developing this, you know, drugs and so forth, we also see the Eastern world, the likes of China, you know, also coming up with their traditional medicines in terms of treating cancer. Where are we in the space in terms of African indigenous knowledge to ensure that the platinum that we play around and step on every day can also, you know, benefit the youth that Ms. Shongwe is talking about?
Yeah. I think that's a very important question because if we talk also mining, issues of safety and health are also very paramount. And what we also want to echo from IKS is that in South Africa and also in Africa as a whole, and including the World Health Organization, have seen the value also of African traditional health practitioners, which they can play also in fighting against some of the deadly diseases, because for millions of years, we had sangomas, we had ingaka swan, we had all these different types of traditional healers who had the competencies of how to deal with some of these medicines. And it doesn't matter your belief system, because this is the science, it's the African science that has been there for many years. So what we are saying is that even from a Department of Science and Innovation perspective, because we also have the IKS Act in South Africa, which is a law now, which assists us to promote and also to develop issues around indigenous knowledge systems, including also the issues of African healing systems. Because if we have medicines in our communities and other many, because traditional healers, they don't only heal with medicines, they also have other things that they use to ensure that they heal. They can heal with platinum, we know we're talking about platinum. They can also use different things to ensure that we have health. So what we are saying is that we need a consortium of different scientists, including so to make sure that we come up with strategies to ensure that diseases that we are fighting today, like cancer, you will be surprised that in our local communities, we do have the remedies and the cure for this. But the problem is that the biggest pharmaceutical companies globally are the ones who are driving research into this area. So we need mining companies also to come on space, to pump funds into research, which can be driven by African researchers with an African-centered Ubuntu model that ensures that our interest of the communities comes first, and also the health of the people. So what we are saying is that there are prospects also from IKS and also including mining and issues of health. But the challenge here is that when we talk of issues of health in Africa, the majority of the people who are offering health systems in our local communities are traditional healers. But the challenge is that these people, they are not recognized. Like we talk of recognition of prior learning, because these people have not been in university. They don't have medical certificate like people who come from your medical schools, but they do have the competencies. Babelegisi, boramophato, dingaka tsa rona tsa setso with different categories. So we need to come up with a strategy of developing a recognition of prior learning for traditional healers, so that we can also give them the recognition that we give to other medical practitioners like those who come from the West, because they do have a role. And the Department of Health, nationally and also in the province, I'm glad the MEC is also here, is also trying to drive, and also the MEC from Arts and Culture, to drive the issues of how we can bring healers into the mainstream, so that they can also play an important role in terms of ensuring health in our own local community. So it's a long way to go, but we have to plan. We need to have structures, and we also need to make sure that there are resources on the grounds. We are facing COVID-19 challenges right now, but we are very happy now because even COVID-19 has also assisted us as Africans to try and go back to our own African medical heritage, because I think everybody now today in our own houses, we have lengana there. When we go back home, we are going to steam. So COVID also have opened up our eyes that we need more research. We need to have herbal degrees. We are working with the Department of Science and Innovation to have a degree where we are going to train African healers, so they can come up with products that we can be able to use beyond our belief systems and religions. Thank you very much.
Let me bring you here into this discussion, Mr. Mwine, and say, it's quite interesting that Muteo there is saying that there's quite a lot of things that need to be put in place to ensure that we reach this goal of mineral beneficiation, in actual fact, intensifying it. But the one thing that I want to note is that we all know that economic research says a productive structure of any country is defined by the uniqueness of availability of factors of production. You know, the factors of production will be your skills, your technology, capital, and so forth. Which of the 4 factors of production mainly, you know, would we say South Africa is really getting it right? We are on the trajectory. Do we have the skills? Do we have the technology? Do we have the capital? Do we have the factories or the know-how to do some of these things? I hear him on collaboration and partnership, but collaboration alone is not going to get us there. What are we doing in the space of factors of production to ensure that we derive value for our industry?
No, thanks for that. I think the presentations yesterday and the presentations today and the examples you cited today have shown that we have the skills, we have the technology, or we can develop the technical know-how or adapt the technical know-how from elsewhere in order to take advantage of the factors that we have. It also shows that there is a level of collaboration amongst a number of institutions within government. But what I think we need to focus on primarily is in terms of having a government that actively plays a role, a developmental role in ensuring that all these factors are taken advantage of, like the indigenous knowledge systems. I'll use an example of malaria, for example. In the 60s, when malaria was ravaging the world, the Chinese decided to go back into their traditional medicines. And this was a project sponsored by government, with government capital. And this allowed them to develop and come up with a medication that could treat malaria. So for us in the beneficiation space, we also need now to look at the way in which government can play a developmental role in coordinating all these factors, such that we can increase the level of beneficiation. You made an example of a Black industrialist that you sponsored. That means this person had the skills or had the ability to gather the skills, had the ability to go look for the minerals, and probably the DTIC went and assisted him with funding and with access to markets. And I think as the state, that's what we need to do and work closely with the industry. That's what we've done with the ferrochrome industry. That's what we are attempting to do going forward in order to build a beneficiation base that is very strong.
Thank you so much. You speak about the ferrochrome industry. Maybe let me just jump over to Amanda and say, you know, ferrochrome production is quite a very energy intensive you know, production process, and it definitely indicates that energy security is one of the most important factor production in your processes. But let me maybe twist it and say, you know, given that your electricity is coming from Excom, and you know, what measures have you put in place to make sure that you reduce your carbon footprint? Because if we're talking about sustainability, and you know, our children's children need to be here and enjoy the benefits of this beautiful country, continent, earth, world, universe, we need to ensure that we reduce our carbon footprint. So would you indulge us in any future plans around generating, you know, energy in a different way or co-generation?
Okay, maybe just worth mentioning in the beginning that over the last 10 to 15 years, we've made significant progress in terms of our process improvements to reduce our energy intensity and the associated carbon footprint, like I've mentioned, in investing in technology that will assist us in that regard. And it is also publicly known that decarbonization is a strategic priority for Glencore International, and we've expressed our ambition to reduce our carbon footprint by 50% by 2035, and then to be carbon neutral by 2050. And then to this end, we have embarked on several initiatives over time. First and foremost is we use the off-gas of our furnaces as a heat source in our sintering process at 3 of our smelters. We have power cogeneration project initiative currently implemented at our Boshoek smelter, and we are also looking at ways to improve those initiatives and to get more benefits out of it. We are also currently busy with a power cogeneration project at our line operation. And then in terms of renewable energy projects, we are at the stage where we went out for request of proposal in this regard for on and off site generation of power. That in terms of the renewable space, very important for us. And we are also willing to partner with other parties.
Oh, that sounds exciting. Maybe let me come to my CEO here and maybe change the tune a little bit, because I'm sure everybody wants to hear about the diamonds and the jewelry, you know, and the platinum and the fancy stuff. I'm sure I bought them a little bit with the industrial applications, but we'll still come back to that. CEO, you know, which licenses at the SADPMR do you get the most applications for, particularly here in the Northwest? And maybe briefly in a minute, explain to us the process one needs to follow in terms of applying for such licenses. And also maybe add maybe the typical common mistakes that a lot of, you know, investors might, you know, do in submitting the applications.
Thank you once more. I think our principal role is to, of course, process and issue licenses in order to enable trade. So the highest number of licenses lie in diamond dealing. So we currently have about over 634 diamond dealers licenses in the Northwest. We're sitting with 35 currently. We would like to promote more diamond beneficiation and precious metals beneficiation. In terms of diamond beneficiation, we have 212, of which 6 sit in the Northwest. And we also have a diamond trading house in this area of the 15 that we have in the country. And 132 precious metals refining licenses, 7 of which are based in the Northwest. We also have precious metal beneficiation licenses. 51 of those, 2 reside in the Northwest. And jewelers, we have 14 out of 692. So in total, in South Africa, we have about 730 or 735 or so currently of these licenses, 65 of which reside here. But those are principal licenses. So we have those 6 principal licenses. They come with subsidiary licenses or permits and certificates. So in total, if you add up the licenses and the permits, you have about 13. And the total number is about 2,300 or so. Now, in order for you to obtain these licenses, the process is quite simple. You have to be a South African registered company and submit simple documents like your tax certificates from SARS, your police clearances from SAPS, which takes a bit of time, like up to 6 weeks to obtain. So we advise clients to be upfront and do that in advance. You have to submit to us a technical report or a business plan, which is inclusive of the socio-economic empowerment program. But we do assist clients in doing that. We've got a standard template that they need to follow. And you know, those other normal documents like your IDs and all of that. Now we process all these licenses within 60 days. So we have a help desk whereby when you arrive, we check if your application complies with all the requirements and assist you so that when the minute we accept it and we tick off, we count the days, everything must be in place so that we can finalize. So with regards to your beneficiation licenses, we try as much as possible to push everything within 30 days if we can. So yeah, so that's it. So in terms of the challenges that we have, the licensing part is not as difficult as it may look like. The difficulty is in maintaining that license once you have it, because we're dealing with a high value goods. Now, with high value goods, you get a lot of illicit activities if the industry is not properly regulated. Now, there are certain registers that you have to submit periodically, like J registers for diamonds on a monthly basis, and you will have quarterly reports for precious metals. So that is where we have challenges, and we try by all means to ensure that we assist clients in making sure that they comply, because failure to comply results in a criminal offense, and that can be a problem. And if you are criminally charged and convicted, you cannot actually have a license anymore. So that's the part that we kind of face a bit of challenges there.
Wow, it's quite interesting. Maybe let me follow up and say, you talk about illegal activities. Maybe let me give it a twist and say, nowadays we know about the phenomenon of lab-grown diamonds, the synthetic, and they're also sometimes called man-made diamonds, if I'm correct. Can you maybe just tell us that, you've got a Tepiso there, I've got the real diamond, 5 carat, color D, flawless. But in my parcel, I've mixed it up with my synthetic, let me just say lab-grown diamonds. And I'm there, I want to export it at the Diamond Exchange and Export Center. What mechanisms have you put in place to make sure that when we become innovative as business people sometimes to mix up the parcels, you are able to then catch that? And can you also maybe also hone in on what are the differences really when it comes particularly to the jewelry sector, briefly?
Okay, so yeah, I think initially when I introduced the regulator, I should have mentioned that one of our responsibilities is to ensure the administration or meeting the requirements. The country must meet the requirements of the Kimberley Process Certification Scheme. So it's a body whereby rules of trade are crafted and implemented and monitored. Now there's what we call the HS code, or harmonization system code, that if you go to customs at SARS, you will have to produce a particular certificate and the separation of goods according to what type of goods are you looking at. Now, legislation requires that you declare if you're going to be exporting or importing your synthetic diamonds or lab-grown diamonds. The purpose is to segregate between natural and lab-grown diamonds. So we developed a strategy to ensure that we have an identification process as well as a management process for separating the two. So there's the mechanical identification of diamonds. At the regulator, we have what we call the GDV, or Government Diamond Valuator. They are experts in diamonds, they are gemologists that are able to use their knowledge and experience to be able to identify diamonds through their standard processes. But you also have the electronic part. So we've got equipment that we use to be able to detect, to scan the diamonds and see whether these are diamonds or not diamonds. So we have that strategy that we are implementing, and we aim to add further capacity using the technology that's available out there to be able to pinpoint whether these are diamonds or not diamonds. And also, if you are caught, there's a legal ramifications, of course. Thank you.
How many years? I guess it depends. It depends on the value.
From crime to crime, yeah.
Okay, 15 years?
And a jail sentence, I think, yeah, 20, 15, 10, depending on the type of crime.
Okay, now we know, ladies and gentlemen, maybe Ms. Shongwe, whilst we are on it, diamonds are a girl's best friend. Can you maybe indulge the audience to let us know, is it true that if you sanitize your hands, it has an impact? Does it have an impact on your platinum or rose gold or white gold, yellow gold? Will it change color?
Yeah, so the rule of thumb is with jewelry, whenever you're touching chemicals or, whenever you're working with chemicals, you take off your jewelry. The idea is most jewelry is alloyed with copper, and copper is very much reactive with alcohol. and other chemicals that are often used in the sanitizers. So you find that most jewelry like gold is alloyed with a lot of copper, especially rose gold, compared to the other materials. Platinum, I wouldn't say, not that I'm biased towards platinum, but there's less contamination for platinum. It's the most pure. So it will not necessarily be affected by sanitizers, but the rest of the materials, precious materials, they're often alloyed with gold. They're not used at a pure form, as in 100% that. And that's the reason why they may lose the shine a bit, not necessarily destroyed, but they may lose the shine a bit, and have to take them back for repairs and stuff. But yeah, it's not a myth. It's a certain level of truth in that.
Wow, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Valentine's Day is around the corner. For those intending to propose, get yourself a platinum ring. Or she can actually get you people to do it for you. Thank you so much. Maybe back to the industrial, applications before we close the session, and maybe I'm sure the virtual community which are standing with me in solidarity. Yesterday, we were having our own investment conference. Today we'll be including them in. I'm told we want to hear their questions. Probably they can start typing in their questions as we wrap up the panel. But let me just go back, because there seems to be so much interest in terms of industrial application, and I want to come back to you, Amanda, and say, we often hear about the importance of increasing demand for our minerals. We cannot overemphasize. Most of the questions that I wanted to pose was around increasing demand. It's just that we've got time constraints. Increasing demand for our minerals. Glencore is a significant producer of vanadium pentoxide, they call it. I'm an economist, I don't know even how to pronounce some of these things, which is an input in the production of the vanadium redox flow battery. But we also know that currently, the production of the battery is quite, in fact, the deployment and adoption is quite hefty in terms of cost. So we need to work more in terms of reduction of production of the actual component itself. But we know that the majority of the cost is sitting in the electrolyte where the vanadium is, so let me play devil's advocate there and say, how do we make sure that in the process of promoting our minerals, we also balance it off with the technologies that are deployed, a balance of the costs thereof. What are your views, in terms of metal thrifting? So are we saying we need to reduce the loading, but at the same time, we want to mine these minerals and, export them, use them in the country and export them. So there seems to be a mismatch there. So how do you balance that with the reality of knowing that we want to increase the quantity exported, but it also has an impact on the technology itself?
Sure. Glencore is obviously a keen supporter of vanadium redox battery development. And in fact, the vanadium grade that we are producing at our Rowan mine is a preferred electrolyte by manufacturers globally. And we have also been supplying increasing volumes into this market. And as you rightly put it, the electrolyte is a significant cost component of the system, but we do, however, believe that as the technology gains traction, that the compelling life of the system economics will become clear and overall system costs will be driven down, as not to have the discount the price of the vanadium. So in short, we are very encouraged by a number of projects being announced as an additional demand driver for vanadium. So Glencore is definitely supporting local beneficiation in that regard, and we will work with partners as well as tertiary institutions in realizing these projects. And as you know, with renewable energy, storage is required, and that is an important part of it.
Okay, Mr. Menwe, maybe let me bring you there whilst we've got Amanda on the point around ensuring that, we are creating bigger markets to make sure that there's also adoption, which is brought in through by population numbers and so forth. But I want to hear more specifically on the policy, instruments that are there, not necessarily the instruments per se, but would you talk to us, also briefly on the current policy measures and particularly with reforms, because, in December, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, was on our case again, and saying South Africa needs to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And we also really truly quite appreciate the advisors, because we are in dire need to improve our foreign direct investment and also investment within the country itself, because we want to grow post COVID. We've been having a cyclical rebound and so forth. So what measures has government put in place to make sure that we respond to some of these challenges, but particularly pertaining to the policies framework? But at the same time, we've got an issue of addressing inequality. The green recovery is very important. She spoke about issues around carbon footprint. But at the same time, how do we then address the inequality? Because we can sit here and talk about pentoxide and very sophisticated names. But if I'm driving out of here and I come across a young person and I speak that big English, how does it relate to them? How are we bringing our youth along? Because that is quite important, that we address the inequality issues, but more on the policy space.
No, thanks for that. So what the state did last year with regards to, as a response to the COVID-19 crisis, was that it developed the economic recovery and reconstruction plan. Now, within the economic recovery and reconstruction plan, one of the things that the IMF points out as a positive is that there is commitment by government and there's action by government to go ahead with the infrastructure rollout, creating infrastructure, ensuring that existing infrastructure which impacts the lives of Glencore is protected, like rail, like other network industries, electricity. And in amongst those interventions to create infrastructure, new infrastructure, and protect existing infrastructure, there is also a drive for localization. And in that drive for localization, what we are saying is that we must substitute the imports that we are bringing in. So now, if we substitute now the imports that we are bringing in, for example, the catalytic converters that are on the diesel locomotives, then Sisbungile at Platinum Incubator, here people can now start manufacturing the catalytic converters. That's what they are driving at. If the rolling stock is manufactured locally, the manganese that comes from this province and other provinces can then be used to create jobs locally. So those are the practical things that we are looking at. And in terms of policy, we also have the designation policy that has recently been moved to say that cement, if we are going to build bridges, if we're going to build housing, if we are going to build high-rise buildings, that cement must be sourced from South Africa. Now, this is South African minerals being taken to create infrastructure for the benefit of South Africans, but at the same time being used to create jobs for South Africans, thus increasing the amount of value that drive from our minerals, and at the same time creating jobs. That's the one intervention. That's the intervention, holistic intervention that we are looking at. And should we get it right, this localization and industrialization, you will see what we are seeing in the likes of China, what we are seeing in the likes of South Korea, an increase in the incomes of people. And that is what will then address the issue of income inequality, just as it is planned for in the National Development Plan.
Thank you so much for your contribution. We are definitely running out of time. We need to wrap up. I would encourage people who have questions that, during lunch, it would be the most opportune time to have a discussion with my lovely panel and get to know more about what they do in their industry and so forth. I'm going to take how many questions from my virtual community first? Yesterday I was attending virtually and we felt left out. So I'm going to take how many questions? Okay, we'll take 2 virtually and then we'll take 3 in the room. But I would also encourage you, the discussion must not end here. The discussion must continue beyond. I like what the minister said yesterday and said, here we're talking, but the real hard work happens when we leave here, and it should start during lunch. Most of us are government officials, but even private sector is easily accessible today to us and probably post to these discussions. So we'll start with my virtual community, and then we'll take 2 questions on the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. We have Kagiso Toko standing by. He is on the screen behind you and he's going to ask his question. Thanks, Kagiso, over to you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning. All protocol observed. I'd just like to ask a question. I'm a small-scale chrome concentrate producer working with the community in Boshoek, Rustenburg. Our plant has current capacity to produce approximately 5,000 tons of chrome concentrate per month. But currently, due to security of supply issues and working with small-scale miners, we only able to produce 1,500 tons per month. So my question is, how can we work with the larger miners in the area in terms of securing more supply? Because currently, what we do with the smaller scale miners is that we buy a portion of the chrome ore, which we process in the plant, and as part of a community benefit program, the mines also, donate a portion of what we purchase so that we sell that, and the profits from that go back into the community. But because of, the lack of capacity of the smaller scale miners, sometimes, we aren't able to process for a complete month. We can process 2 weeks in a month, which obviously impacts on the job security of people that we employ, and also impacts on our business sustainability and what we can plow back into the community. So my question is that how can we engage with the larger miners to assist in this, to increase capacities and the likes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have another question virtually? Okay, 100% in the room. Ladies first, we'll take Madame in the middle in the white. There's a young gentleman waving frantically behind him. We'll take that as the second question and then follow through.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Lucy Ngwabeni. I'm from Matlosana in Klerksdorp, around Val Reefs. Mine, I don't ask questions. I'm very progressive. Mine is a comment to say, one, I've listened yesterday and I'm listening today, and I was part of the networking last night. I can give you 150% organizers. Thank you for that. Secondly, we happen to have one of the flexible offices, which is the DMRE, which is based in Klerksdorp. I'm one of those fortunate because I can walk to that office. So with the information I acquired here, I can assure you I'm going to implement. And Utatu Mkwati mentioned it when we were doing the mining charter, to say the aim of the charter is to create black capitalists. I was very happy yesterday when he mentioned it today again. I mean, yesterday here, because now he is saying it in the Northwest Province. I'm saying that Mkwati, we are ready to be black capitalists. And I'm saying we've been in this road for a long time, because mining is not something that you wake up today and you are perfect. So I don't want to confuse myself, my beautiful panel. I am focusing now in one target, a dream of being part of one of the mining shafts as a woman. In my area, there's lots of closed shafts, and Kwati mentioned it, Utatawethu, Wati. There's lots of mining shafts that need to be reopened. So I'm following the issue of junior mining because we've been trained by DMR, MQA, and everybody. So we are well capacitated. I'm not an engineer, I always say that. But I'm saying we are ready. I'm not talking for myself. I'm talking for our communities, for our young people, for our girls. We are here. That's what I'm saying. We are ready. That's my comment. Next year when we come here, I'm repeating, can we have testimonies? Can we have no names in this house who are saying, at least I own this and that? That's my input. Forward we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The gentleman be at the back. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Lucky Mweti. I'm from Marikana. My question goes to OC Shong Wesibongile. My sister, I just want to know about I understand that you said you are developing entrepreneurs. So as a young person, I just want to know, as an organization, how did you guys make it possible to ensure that information reach the communities? As also have you done a program whereby you go to the organization, whereby you explain? Because I believe, as you know, there's a high employment rate in our country, whereby these young graduates who have graduated, you assist them, as you mentioned that you assist in terms of those who have qualifications that are related to mining. Thank you very much.
We've got a question. We need a mic for here in front.
Yes, I'm instructed by the enemy. Thank you very much. Let's first appreciate the panel and your moderation. But here is a fact. Please help us as a province. God decided to give us platinum. Yes. So we're not going to avoid it. In the 75% of the country, which is the world reserve, 45 is in Northwest. So nobody is going to run away from us. The same with chrome. In the 72 of the world reserves, more than 50 is here. That's why they are here. So at least in the two, no man-made design must make us number 5. Here's a fact. On the 3, that is Mogalakwena, Joburg, and Durban, none of them are number 1 in South Africa on platinum reserves, we're 45%. We are mentioned as a by the way. It can't be allowed at this year of age. We must refuse to accept that. By the way, Rustenburg, it's not even said Northwest. It's like Rustenburg can be easily integrated to Johannesburg. It's not possible. It's Northwest. So we deserve that all of you, the panel, DMR, and the industry, to be clear, this 45% must have a proper focus of beneficiation, at least on platinum and chrome. Then we know on chrome and platinum, you will have to talk about security of the electricity supply. Please help us. Don't take it away. Let's decide to refuse to be trapped by the mining mantra, the old one, but it still does exist, of mining from pit to port. We are far from Ngquga, We are far from Saldanha. We are far from Richards Bay. But we have minerals help us logistically. Let's not be a by the way by logistics. This 45% is not going to be removed to go and build another city. Otherwise, we must decide to leave it where it is. We can't be a province where only mining happens and our products are even benefiting the next cities. Johannesburg was built because of mining. That's why they even took the mining school, which was in Kimberley. That's why Witwatersrand now is in Joburg. Now, even our platinum is taken to Joburg, it can't be. At least make us a manufacturing hub, then link us with everybody. Make us a manufacturing hub. Make us a manufacturing hub of chrome and platinum, then link us with everybody in South Africa, including finally export base. It's unfair that God's gift is taken by individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Madam Moderator, if I can just include our digital audience member once again. They won't be joining us on screen, but I will just read the question. And this
Just one.
Just one, quick
Yes,
one.
sure.
I know we're short of time. This is directed at Amanda. On the Glencore achievements thus far, is there any indication of how many commodity marketers, juniors, have they developed in terms of enterprise development on both local and global scale? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are, unfortunately, I have to apologize. Even our questions, sorry, we were not even halfway through them. So I'm encouraging an open discussion after that. We are accessible, but we'll take the round of questions and then close with comments because we don't want to take away the time for the next speakers or panel, I think. So we'll start immediately with you, Amanda, on the commodity marketers. And then there was also a question that was posed on how do we ensure the first virtual one. I think the virtual ones were directed to you by Kahi. So he was asking, how do we ensure that mines can provide additional other access if they are not able to reach their, I think it's an issue of how do we arrange buying, for local sources instead of exporting and prioritizing our export markets in that sense.
I think the first question, as I gathered it was around the Bosu Corporation, and they've got capacity to process material. That was the first one that I got. Was that the one that you're referring to? I think we've got formal processes in Glencore where small-scale miners can introduce themselves. And obviously, we've got a number of operations across the country, and there are an unlimited demand for small-scale miners to become involved in certain of the activities. But what I can say is Glencore is in the process of looking at potential projects like retreating of our tailings, where we will include small-scale miners. So my request would be that these entrepreneurs will introduce themselves through our CSR department so that we can see which of those projects are related to a particular area.
Okay, and then the other one on...
So the other one is quite a tough one on certain number on how many we have developed. I cannot say, I do not have the number off the cuff, but I also encourage you to get in touch with our CSR department. Our CSR executive is Conroy van der Westhuizen, and you can gladly send your contact details to me.
Okay, thank you so much. I think what we'll just do, my technical person at the back will take their email address, we'll send them a formal response to the question with the numbers so that we don't miss that one. In terms of wrap up, Mr. Meno, can you just help us on the question around, I think it was more around, it was actually a comment, maybe let me not go into detail about it, and maybe jump over to Spongile on the Platinum Incubator, just briefly, not going through too much of the details. You can have a one-on-one engagement.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the question. The way that we work is we often under tertiary institutions that have got studies in minerals beneficiation. In other words, those tertiary institutions that does some of the qualifications that are needed in beneficiating minerals. But over and above that, we do a lot of social media campaigns. We also go for exhibitions, business fairs, science fairs, and we also meet with local tribal authorities, like we've started engaging greatly in the Greater Taung and also in the Sita tribal communities, just to access youth and to tell them about incubation and see how we can assist them. But yeah, we have a website called www.tpi.org.za. You interact with us there and you are able to access us and get assistance as far as we can assist.
Thank you very much. Like I said, we encourage a one-on-one conversation because as government, we are all about collaboration and partnerships. So maybe let's rather have a question and answer session after these discussions. Our contact details will be put for the virtual community, which as part of I stand in solidarity with them. They will definitely be put online. We'll make sure that you're able to interact with us. In closing, you will have 1 minute, my super fabulous panel. I told you I brought you the best in the business. 1 minute will start at the end with Amanda to wrap up and just give us your closing statement in this regard.
I just want to make one statement, and that is that Glencore, as well as our PSV partner, Merafi, we are committed to beneficiation in this country. We believe that the jobs belong to this country, and we will partner and with all role players as well as government to be in a position to continue to beneficiate.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minwe, in your closing statement, maybe touch a little bit about the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement, for Africa by Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think beneficiation offers the Northwest a number of opportunities. Amongst those is the opportunity not only to create jobs within the Northwest, but to build regional linkages with other areas of Africa, which the Africa Free Trade affords us. I mean, most of the world's cobalt is found in Africa. Most of the world's diamonds are found in Africa. Creating those regional linkages would greatly increase the amount of value that we can derive from our minerals going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you, sister. What I can say is that from indigenous knowledge systems, we see the opportunities in mining, especially for our students, because we are also talking of issues of job creation. And I think what is very critical for us is that we need to create a platform where we can interface both our local knowledge systems and modern science and technology in terms of the applications in mining and the that are going on in mining. And that all Africans, we understand the fact that we need to decolonize, including even the understanding and the concept of mining, so that at the end of the day, even local people, including women who are also in our communities, can also be part and parcel of this. So we need to build a bridge between the communities, the institutions of higher learning in terms of research and also industry, because I think that's where the challenge comes from, because we mostly work with government, but we need to see how private sector and also industry comes in to ensure that even the grassroots innovation, entrepreneurial opportunities coming from IKS can also be seen with regard to the investments in terms of how we take mining forward as something that all belongs to us. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I think I'm audible. Thank you so much, Moteo. I think when we had an interesting discussion, we spoke about how during the Mapungubwe era, gold mining was thriving there in the Limpopo region, and there were technological advances already 2,000 years ago, where we saw artisanal small-scale miners creating quite an interesting artifacts when it comes to mineral beneficiation using gold. It would be interesting to know the metallurgical processes that were followed 2,000 years ago, and it was done by Africans for Africans to the world. Ms. Shongwe, in your closing statement, can you probably indulge us a little bit on 4IR?
Thank you. So in my closing statement, I'd like to say South Africa, we've been exporting minerals and jobs. Let's change the history of our economy and start localizing. Industry, let's collaborate to make sure that we advocate together for the use of PGMs and make sure that we are able to play a technological role using PGMs locally. And hence we can have a breakthrough in 4IR, in Industry 4.0, with the usage of the knowledge that we've come up with so far and the minerals that are accessible to us as South Africans.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Quite noted. CEO, in closing, we want to hear, everybody's buying online. During COVID, I'm sure we were all on our laptops and doing a bit of online shopping. Will we be able to buy this jewelry? These diamonds are a girl's best friend online. Closing remarks, 1 minute.
I think, Tsepi, so the sentiment is quite clear. People want to participate and be involved in the mineral sector. And what we have learned over time is that through stakeholder engagement, you talk to the industry one-on-one. It works much better than the legislated commitments. So we have, for instance, embarked on the Black Industrialist Enterprise Development Program, where quite a number of enterprises have benefited. We have a project with Rand Refinery, where we have 18 beneficiaries. We aim to add another 15 this year. We have a project with metal concentrators where there's 6 beneficiaries. DBRs, 5, we had another 5 that went through that program. Some of them are doing very well in the industry right now. There's a project we're running with another diamond manufacturer known as Star Gems, where there's 3 enterprises that are participating there. There's Tshwane Precious Metals, where there's 2. And then also in the Northwest, we've been trying to initiate a project with Bahafel. So we are calling on the local industry to come on board and make sure that people participate, and we start looking also inward instead of looking at exporting our minerals. That's in closing what I'm asking from our stakeholders.
Thank you very much, CEO. So in short, he's saying you are not going to go and take a lot and buy a diamond. But let me wrap up these discussions and say, it has been a journey for South Africa. There was an article that I read in the New York Times Post where they were talking about the effects of COVID, but not on human beings. We all know what is happening with human beings, but it was on an interesting animals called rats. They found that because a lot of restaurants had closed, and because these rats used to go and eat, leftover restaurant food in the dustbins. So they were getting more hungry and more hungry that they ended up deciding who are we going to eat amongst ourselves next. So what I'm trying to say is that as a country, we need to be responsible in the way in which we develop. We don't want to find ourselves 2050 deciding who are we going to eat ourselves next. So sustainability is quite key. As we mine, we must make sure that we create skills, we create technology, capital, and so forth that will be able to move our country to the next trajectory. So we are moving beyond, we have the platinum, we have the gold, but we are moving towards an era where we are saying we have the skills, we have the technology, we have a willing nation, a willing industry that we are going to partner together to see increasing mineral beneficiation happening in the country, happening in the continent. With that being said, I'm going to close the panel. I'm going to encourage, I know we did not have enough time for questions and answers, deliberately so maybe as an opportunity to have a better one-on-one conversation. Government is available, industry is available, we're available to have an engagement. via email or alternatively in person after this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ausepiso, with the members of the panel. The invitation is out, including those that presented yesterday. The presenters and the panelists, delegates are encouraged to approach the presenters and the delegates for more information and interaction in order to pursue those opportunities that have been identified during the conference. We now go into break for some light refreshments. The time allocated is 15 minutes. I think it's 20 past 11 now. We should be back at 25 to 12. I suppose the refreshments would still be taken at the back house where they were provided yesterday, unless I'm corrected now. In the absence of any correction, we'll have that short break. I ask the next moderator and the panelist to be immediately ready and to take their positions once we resume at 25 to 12. Thank you very much.
everyone again. Hey, telephone. How are you? So, have you turned us off? Bishop. Hey, but I like it.
Fly away, my heart, don't despair. The world is full of joy. You cry, you smile, and you dance. Oh, but baby, even though sometimes it's a drag to toil without a gain, you cry, you smile, and you dance. Celebrating life is real, but not without a cry. Celebrating life is good, but not without a smile. Celebrating life is sweet, but not without a dance. Celebrating life with you, with everything it brings. Won't you fly away, my heart, don't despair. The world is full of joy. You cry, you smile, and you dance. Oh, but baby, north, east, south, west, I can see people of the world. They cry, they smile, and they dance. Celebrating life is real, but not without a cry. Celebrating life is sweet, but not without a smile. Celebrating life is good, but not without a dance. Celebrating life with you, with everything it brings. Hey, to the boy, your birthday, celebrate. Fly away, my heart. The world is full of joy. Hey, won't you cry, then you dance and you smile. The world is full of happiness. kibata ubaliwe na kila kata hutswara kalito sikachechela moraho usike wangalia usike wangalia usike wangalia usike wangalia atumela huna kita hutswara oja atumela huna kita hutswara oja usike wangalia usike wangalia usike wangalia usike wangalia usike wangalia tukia horana I wanna know how it feels to be loved, how it feels to be free, how it feels to be free. I wanna know how it feels to be loved, how it feels to be me, how it feels to be free. Give me the how it feels to live life, how it feels to just smile, how it feels to be free. You wanna know how it feels to live life, how it feels to just smile, how it feels to be free. Give me that, show it to me. Give it to me. Show it. Give it to me. You have the key to your prison door. Open it wide and feel the freedom. See what life is all about. Love, no doubt, it's about magic. Show it, show it. Magic. to me. I wanna know, I wanna know. Show it to me, give it to me. I wanna know, I wanna know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Show it to me, give it to me.
Okay, welcome back again. Delegates, I think let's get ourselves ready to start with our last panel discussion. There is a slight delay in terms of this cleanup. Can I ask the panelists, all the panelists for panel 4, and the moderator to take up their seats so that we can continue with the conference? The panel is sitting under the theme social cohesion, assessing impact and achieving sustainable mining communities in the Northwest Province. We have Ntatelo Funo Chikovi, who's the head of Department for Economic Development, Environment, Tourism and Conservation in the province. The panelists, Mr. Tayang Godfrey Mutswani, the CEO of New Venture Mining. We also have Mr. Desmond McManus, the CEO of Samanco, and Mr. Alex Kumalo, the head of the Social Development Mineral Council of South Africa. Then we have Mr. Raisaka Masebelanga, the director of Village Main Reef. And we hope that in this discussion we'll benefit from the experience of the panelists as well as the moderator. May I call the house to order? There is a lot of noise, please. I'm now taking this opportunity to hand over to the moderator, Lufuno Chikovi. It's over to you, sir. We can begin with
Thank you,
panel.
Program Director. Let me start by acknowledging the Honorable Minister in absentia, Deputy Minister, Premier, MECs present, Executive Mayor, municipal managers, companies, CEOs, and then businesses that are present. And then also the delegates that are attending this conference virtually are welcome to participate in the discussion. I would like to start by putting our topic into context, because the aim that we have is to say most of the information have been shared in terms of challenges in the mining, especially in Northwest. Firstly, we had the information or the stats to say 70% of operation, which is unjustifiable in terms of the level of poverty in some of those communities that we need to really address. And then also in terms of the mining CEOs, which was panel 1, they indicated several issues, social unrest. That's where maybe the cultural and then political perspective come into play, where you start to find the balance of power, the divide and rule tactics, because they will want the support from the community in terms of their operation. So they will choose the group that is stronger in the community to protect them. And then those are the issues that came out. And then also social and then economic issues, which mainly the economic perspective is the one that brings us together here. To say the social consequences are as a result of poverty mostly, and then that we need to really address. But in terms of the statistics indicating that we have got 70% operation, more than other provinces, it's a worrying factor that we don't see the results of this 70% operation when we go to those rural communities that have got operation of those mines. So it's one of the things that we need to deal with. Taking into consideration that mining as a sector provide inputs to various industries in terms of making sure that there's sustainability in terms of population well-being and then functioning of the global economics, which that's why we want to share this cake. But the approach in terms of the of this panel, it's in this way. We are not going to bore you with the information that you have already heard from other panels. We want to approach it in 4 parts. I think it allows us to do that. Understanding, is this social cohesion that we spoke about, we read in many strategies, maybe of the mining company, is the same thing that you also understand. So can we get an understanding in terms of the social cohesion? What do we mean about it? We understand that mostly, previously, we used to say government, private sector, civil society. But now there's an emergence of another sector. I don't know where it's accommodated. It's called, where do we put it in terms of the social cohesion? And then the intentions are different. And then the second part, in terms of the approach, it's going to be on the impact assessment to say, what will be the good model of this social cohesion in terms of the best practices that my colleagues have that will assist us to say, we want to agree on something that is measurable in terms of moving forward. That we are able to say that the social cohesion that we are implementing in our mining communities is working for us. And then the third part, before we move to the third part, what are these stakeholders that are comprising this social cohesion? We need to understand and then get them. So if it's the model that can be replicated in other areas, then it's good for us. And then the impact assessment, you want to work on something that you are able to measure if it's effective and efficient. For us, at least, it will limit. I think the local government is here. They can attest to the challenges of social unrest that they experience. So if really the social cohesion, it will be working for us, then we'll get into those. The last part, it will be, what are the critical strategies that I think it will accommodate the input of the program director, DG Race, in terms of the plans. I think we have seen them. They were implemented. Others, they were asking, where is the target? It's just about 1 million out of what? So it's some of the things to say, what are the critical strategies that can be able to sustain our mining communities in terms of moving forward? So in other words, to bring this into short, it's like local communities versus mines. Then I will go to my panel, as I indicated in terms of the approach. And then the last part that we need to come up with, this is the final one, is the expectation of our panel discussion. We want to come up with the model. This is going to assist even the audience visually, and then those who are here physically in the platform, to say whatever that you give inputs, let's try to focus mostly on the solution in terms of to say what strategies that can work for us in terms of those areas that are highlighted. Then, as indicated with the program director, I have my panelists from my left side, from that side. We have got Mr. Rasieka Masi Belanga, Director, Village Mine Reef. And then we have got also a representative from Mineral Council, Alex Kumalo. I think in this engagement is very familiar. And then we have got Desmond McManus from CEO Samco. And then we have got Mr. Tayang Godfrey Mwane, CEO New Venture Mining. I will give them the opportunity to introduce themselves. And then, as I indicated, focus only on your role. You introduce yourself, you indicate in terms of your company, how is playing the role related to the panel discussion topic that we have just outlined. Let's start that side with you.
Thank you. Without getting into identity politics, let me just correct that my name is Raisaka Masebelanga. Having said that, I am a director at Village Main Reef, VMR, and prior to that, I was a director at De Beers, and a fertilizer company called Omnia. Currently, as VMR, we're looking at ways and means of post-mining economic development, which is absolutely critical, because the resource that is being mined, whether it be gold, whether it be platinum, whether it be diamonds, they are finite. And if we all bear in mind that these resources are finite, and after that, the communities have to go on. And therefore, my strategy as the head of stakeholder and a director there is that we must have post-mining economic development, which means we have to have an economy which is running parallel to the mine, but separate, so that that economy can go on its own. Otherwise, you're going to have towns which are ghost towns, like Stelfontein was for some time. And mining in the Kenneth Kaunda region, where most of the mines have now been closed, that belong to Anglo and other companies like that. There are large communities which are without employment. People who were very skilled, but now suddenly find themselves without employment because the resource has been mined. So I would say succinctly stated that when we look at social cohesion, we should really, in fact, start at the end rather than at the beginning. So at the same time as we open a mine, we should be looking at a parallel economy in order to ensure that there is post-mining economic development.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Raisaka. Mr. Alex, what is the approach in the Mineral Council in terms of cohesion?
Good afternoon. I think the challenge is very clear. And from where we sit as the Minerals Council, we know for a fact. And in fact, this morning, the regional manager was busy splashing big numbers on the board, in terms of, social and labor plans. But we do know that, those are projects. They are not going to lead to sustainable communities. So something is missing in what we do or in how we do things. And I think from the Minerals Council point of view, we need to look at how we can ensure that there's integrated development that leads to sustainable communities. Because we don't own any mines, but we're a membership-based organization, we then facilitate the engagements between mines and communities to ensure that we can all pull together in the same direction. Just like, a span of oxen. If you've got 4 oxen pulling your plow, you want them to be pulling in the same direction if you want to deliver the goods at the end of the day. So it is important for us that we begin to break down the silos not just between the mining companies themselves, but also between the various stakeholders that are essential to development. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to Desmond.
Good morning to all the dignitaries and attendees. My name is Desmond McManus. I'm the CEO of Samanco Chrome. We are the biggest chrome ore miner in the world. We are the biggest ferrochrome producer in the world because we believe in local beneficiation and job creation locally. And I think that is why this is important. We have 2 smelting complexes and various mining complexes in this beautiful province of Northwest, where we operate not only in some urban areas, but also in rural areas. And I think that is why it's for Samanco, it goes beyond compliance. It is a partnership together with the local communities in making South Africa and the local communities a better place. And that is why this panel discussion is extremely important for us as Samanco as well, to give our inputs on how to approach it and how we are approaching it, and also to learn from others. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get Mr. Godfrey Ngwane?
Sir, I hope I'm audible. My name is Tayang Godfrey Muchwane. That is the old spelling of Muchwana. So it's Muchwane. But I'm not surprised a lot of people get it wrong. Even the Tswana speaking people always get it wrong. So I'm representing a different group of miners, which are called junior miners. Now, that's a very huge group and with vast differences in it. When I'm saying a huge group, it's because there are those who are listed, who are above 500 million in terms of income per annum. And there are those who are not listed, but they are still above 500. And then there are those who are not listed. The bulk are actually below 500. Then you start looking at the very, very small group, the very big group at the bottom, which are the guys who are the permit holders, like the diamond diggers. A lot of them, which include small scale miners, are right at the bottom, but those people are huge in numbers. To give you a perspective, in the DMR probably now, 75% of all the rights that have been given, which is mining rights, prospecting rights, and mining permits, about 75% of that, of the total rights, are actually junior miners. That is why this group is now starting to make a dent in the mining sphere. Now, coming to the topic today, you know, when you talk mining to any person in South Africa, you are talking money. They see big money coming. Now, junior miners don't have those big monies. So in terms of social cohesion, junior miners have been dealing with something called over-expectation of communities from this from the junior miners. So that is one of the reasons why I believe I'm here, to give a different perspective of what is social cohesion in mining, specifically in junior mining. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much in terms of the introduction that we have received. As I indicated, I think it will be good to start with you, Mr. Mutswana, because it's like in terms of the way you operate, you are more relevant in terms of the topic today. To say, what is it that we need to understand? I mean, when we read most of the strategy, especially for mining, all the supply development, you will find the term social cohesion. That's what we believe in. What is the understanding there? And then what are the stakeholders that needs to be really, so that at least we have, because yes, it might be sometimes limited information that reaching people that feels that they were supposed to be part of this bigger chunk, big money when you talk about mining, obviously. So what are the what is the understanding? What do we mean about social cohesion? And then what are the critical stakeholders that needs to be involved in the process?
Thanks for that question. Just at the start, you cannot talk about social cohesion outside the context of mining. The social cohesion you're talking about today is specifically within the context of mining, because you've been finding this community there without mining. Now you come in, you disturb the peace. The mining is disturbing the peace. Now the social cohesion means, how do the people, the communities that have been living there peacefully and probably developing themselves the right way, the economies and so on. Now you come, you disrupt the peace. How do you bring the peace back and ensure that now the two parties, which is you, the miner, and the community, are living together, even though peacefully, even though they say social cohesion? It's actually cohesion between the communities themselves when the mining is there, and between the communities and the miner. I'll go a little bit back again, what I mean by the communities themselves. Inside the community, you've got the chief or the headman or the paramount chief or whatever. Then you've got the traditional council. Then you've got the communities or the people who are living in the village or the villagers. Then you've got interest groups in those communities. Now, when mining comes, I can guarantee you, 99.9% of the times, every time I got into a community, that relationship becomes sour as soon as the mining comes. So that means maybe not the big minings, but the small mining companies, the junior miners. That means the mining is disrupting something, but it is disrupting it for a certain reason. Now, as a miner, you also need to live with these people in a more peaceful and economic and developable situation. So that's why I mean, the social cohesion is within the context of the community themselves and you, how they live in peace and how you live in peace with them and in a developmental manner. So I've already now mentioned who are the main I would say participant in the whole thing. Yeah, to try and get this social cohesion. It's not only just the word community, no, it's those.
But what are those stakeholders that needs to be picked out in the communities when the engagement starts? We know that we have got the representative from traditional authority, that mostly they are the one that receive those mining requests to their area where the engagement starts. But after that, what are other people that needs to be really included? As I indicated to say, we are having a challenge. After the mining realized that this is the powerful group, it might be the issue of legitimacy. They don't really fulfill it, but they realize these are the people that can protect our operation. Then they start to form partnership with them.
Yeah.
And then the other group that were supposed to be part of that social cohesion that you're talking about, now they are left out. That's why the social unrest. I think it was indicated with panel discussion one yesterday to say there are some shelf life in terms of people who are working in contract. They will have their own stakeholders when they come. So we want to kill that part so that at least we have got a smooth running model that we can be able to focus on and then implement. To say, in your understanding, representing the junior miners, and then the challenges that they've been raising to you, what are those critical stakeholders in the community, except the traditional authority, as I indicated, in case it's rural community, as we are focusing mostly on Northwest? What are the other critical stakeholders that needs to be involved? As I indicated, there is another stakeholder that is emerging, and then it's like it's not finding a space in the private sector, in the government, in the civil society, which are business forum, that mostly they can disrupt some of those operations if their needs are not fulfilled or they are not attended to.
Just to answer that in short, in terms of the other stakeholders in the community, we've got different types of different business forums. Some are mining business forums, some are agricultural business forums, and then some are what they call related businesses. And you'll find out that most of the times they're not working together. They are actually opposing one another. So that's one type of stakeholders. Then we've got a stakeholder that we sometimes forget, which is the youth in that community. That some of them are accommodated in these business forums, but the bulk are not accommodated. So you need to straight focus on them as an entity, as a group, not as a group that is been accommodated somewhere, but as a group on its own. And then the final group, which some people don't like talking about it, it's a group called women in the community. If you sit down and say, I need to talk to these women, you will find out that most of their concerns and their aspirations never come up, or they don't come up fully in these other interest groups. So those are the other groups that we really need to look at when we are dealing with social cohesion in the communities.
Thanks. Desmond, in your experience about this social cohesion, in bigger terms, it will mean belonging. You are part. It will mean participation. It will mean recognition. It will mean legitimacy. What was the best practice in terms of the operation to say, how do you deal with it, considering the information that has been given? To say, do you formalize some of those group, or what are the type of stakeholders that need to be considered? Or there is any model, or you deal with the situation as you face it, where you are operating? What was the kind of practice?
Thank you. From our side, I think if you ask the question, what is social cohesion? There's many formal definitions at the end of the day. But to put it for us in simple terms, it's about togetherness. And not only togetherness within the community where we operate, whether it's direct or indirect, but also together with business. I think what is important is that many of these communities find it challenging to get proper structures in place. And that's where it's important to assist these communities to put a structure in place in terms of communication and dealings. This will address expectations that might be too high. This will provide information through various structures. What has worked well for us is to have a detailed terms of reference in place with all these stakeholders, and having sub-community or subsections or sub-panels addressing specifically the youth, a business chamber, job opportunities and employment, and also women. Those aspects are important to address. And I think once that proper structure has been put in place and the communication and the meeting starts flowing, that is when the togetherness is created. That is when this team can move forward. And that's where we can make a difference, not only in the communities, but also in South Africa.
Okay. No, well, thank you very much. Alex, you are sharing the sentiment as I, to say we see those project numbers that we don't know where they're coming from, what is the budget, and then all those things. So following on the comments that have been made to say you need to have a proper structure, are these mining, especially in Northwest, do you know that they are proper structure in order to communicate with the community? Because here we are dealing with an issue of local communities versus mine. But with this intervention that the government is bringing, is to say, let's have a proper model that will assist us, because we cannot afford to say we are the most contributor in terms of the mining industry. When it comes to cooperation, it's at operation in terms of 70%. But when we go to the rural areas of Northwest where these mining are operating, you find that most of the people, they don't have jobs. Social consequences are just really on our eyes every day. So what needs to be done? I understand that it's like it was not properly structured. And then if it's properly structured, what is the things that is guiding before we move to the assessment of this thing, whether it's working? That's why I wanted to understand, to say, in your experience as a mining council, what is the things that you can share? Or it's one of the challenges? And then what is it that the Mineral Council trying to do in terms of assisting to say, our community must not suffer going forward?
That's an elephant of a question, but we will eat it a bite at a time. As Desmond was saying, it is quite important that we have structures that are not just legitimate, but also that are capacitated to represent the people that they claim to represent. So that's the one. The second one is that we need to accept is that our communities are very fluid. We no longer have influx control. So if I see an opportunity in Rustenburg and I'm from Lizana, the minister is not here, I will move to Rustenburg because there is an opportunity there. So it is important that we have structures that take into account the context within which mining operations take place. That's the one. The second one is that it is pointless to have a structure that cannot achieve anything. So rules of the game need to be very clear. Why are we here? What is it that we want to achieve? And from a community perspective, it is absolutely vital that there is a common vision, so that even if you do have new players coming into the community, they do understand that there is a vision that we all subscribe to. But that vision cannot be one-sided, because that community is supposed to work with not just mining companies, but traditional authorities, local government, and other key stakeholders in that particular community. So it is absolutely important that we have an inclusive approach that is guided by what I call a vision, and there is that commitment that is required. From the mining industry perspective, one of our shortcomings is that we do not resource the stakeholder engagement aspect adequately. Often we look at community engagement as a spare wheel. Only when we need it are we going to tend to it. Whereas that's not how it's supposed to work. Even if you talk about triple bottom line, communities and the people around which you operate have become part and parcel of the success of a business. You will see that if communities are not happy, they're unlikely to go to the TA or to the local municipality to protest. But they'll rock up at Desmond's mine or Mark's mine and block it, because that's where you choke the operation and you get to be heard by really going to where the source of development is, at the mine gate. So for me, it is absolutely important that we have forums, not just business forums, but stakeholder engagement forums that are inclusive, that have a very clear mandate, that have got a vision, that can then work with all of the key stakeholders to ensure that there is that development. And when it comes to issues such as impacts, maybe you're going to talk about that later, it is also that very same stakeholder engagement forum that is supposed to ensure that there are not just outputs, but also impacts, from the activities that are delivered by the particular mining companies.
No, well, thank you. Maybe also people in the virtual or also in the platform. I'm interested, DG, to say, let's flow together in some of the areas, because I think they need attention. Because what I'm getting now is like there is, or maybe the panel that is here, they don't have any knowledge in terms of the proper model that is working when it goes to the community in terms of social cohesion. So there might be people on the floor, there might be people visual. So I will need assistance in terms of managing questions that are relevant, that assist us to moving forward, so that at least we make it a participative engagement in terms of moving forward, especially on the issues that have been raised, to say there is an issue that this conference has to resolve on. I don't know, DG, it will be responsible in order to make sure that this resourcing of stakeholder engagement, it becomes a priority. Because it fails many projects, especially that are operated by mine, or it will be also the responsibility of the mining sector. And then also, there is an issue that has been raised by Alex, which is very critical. To say, these stakeholders need to be capacitated. Who must take that responsibility? In terms of making sure that these communities understand, like what Mr. Mutswana was saying, to say, when people, they heard about mining, they heard about big money. Even some of us professionals, we still think that way. So that's why we want to understand what's happening in this rural area, why most of the people are still unemployed. So those are the things. Let me give the last bite to Mr. Rasiaka, because they indicated to say they are working post-mining in terms of social cohesion. What is the focus? There is any strategy? What is the target? What is happening?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Once more, the name is Raisak. But be that as it may, be that as it may. Yeah. Be that as may, my understanding when we have a panel discussion is that this is a discourse, an intellectual discourse. So we don't have one narrative, to dominate another. So I would then take issue with what you said when you say that it's mining companies, mining communities versus the mine.
The mine.
I think we need to reframe that. There's a book written by an author called Charles Hendy. And Charles Hendy wrote a book called The Empty Raincoat. In The Empty Raincoat, he refers to reframing. Because sometimes a question, in order to come to a solution, you need to reframe the question. So once we start looking at mining communities versus the mine, I think we are inherently building conflict in that situation. So we need to reframe that and say, how do we then approach this? And my view would be that what we need really is trust leadership. And because the mine is in the dominant position, dominant economic position in that community, it should be the one that really leads and gives trust leadership. We're here talking about social cohesion. Social cohesion really is about, there's no one particular group that is more important than the other. Whether it's the so-called business forums or the workers and so on and so on. Everyone comes in there and leads to social cohesion. So expanding on trust leadership, I would say that, what you then do is that the mine really leads by bringing all the stakeholders together, but by doing so, does not dominate itself, but gives every other stakeholder the chance to make a contribution. People revolt or they disrupt or they are involved in civil unrest when they think that they are being unheard. And that is why Martin Luther King said that, riots is the language of the unheard. So once people feel that they are heard and they are participating in around their own lives, it becomes
the conflict gets taken away. And let me give you an example, which in my years of study as a lawyer, I came across a concept in Germany called Mitbestimmung, which really means co-determination, where the workers in a factory in Germany are given the right to participate and be on the board, right? They have access to information, they look at what's going on in the company, and they are determinants in the future of the company. What we've seen in South Africa and in many other countries is that the CEOs of many companies give themselves really malevolently criminal bonuses. Okay? And then you have the workers who have to survive from paycheck to paycheck. Right? And they have to be thinking about what am I going to do in order to send my child to school, to do this and that and that. But where you have workers sitting on the board, workers being part, and not just in word or in paper, but truly being part of the board and of the company and running it, and understanding where the company it's making a shortfall and so on and so on. You'll have a different workforce. But having said that, I started off by saying that post-mining economic development is the key to social cohesion. And let me tell you why I say that. I say that because if you allow mining communities to all focus on the mine as their source of income, you are creating a social burden on the mine that the mine cannot fulfill. Mr. Mutuana there was talking about expectations. And if you create these expectations, they will never be fulfilled. But what you really need to have is to create a parallel and separate economy, right? That the people, the communities will be involved in.
No, well, thanks, Mr. Raisaka.
Thank you.
Trying to. Now I understand I pronounce it correctly. I apologize. Okay. No, well, I understand. I wanted to simplify the topic. That's why I'm saying we are not going to dwell much on the challenges that we had yesterday. So now we have identified one problem that it must be one of the resolution for this conference in terms of resourcing the stakeholder engagement in mining. That's the point that I'm raising. I didn't want to like personalizing. I was trying to follow to say, maybe you don't start things afresh. The best practice, you can't leave the things for yesterday. History is also important. If there is any practice that was happening, that will be good. I think also it assists with the CEOs that are here. If some of that, the engagement in terms of social cohesion is not happening. But as I indicated, let's go along in terms of some of the issues that can be raised. If we can have the roaming mic so that at least we assist each other managing time. As I indicated to say, our expectation is to make sure that we deal with social cohesion. The main aim is to sustain the community. What is the model that can be piloted? Here is a very serious concern, Mr. Raisaka, that we are having. To say, I think DMR, they make it yesterday. I can't remember which, to say 70% of operation. It's unjustifiable with the conditions of the communities in Northwest in terms of operation. I think that's the main crux of the matter. To say this thing, it needs attention. If we can just focus on that to say, but when we look in terms of unemployment, I think you heard the stats that the Premier raised in terms of youth unemployment. And then in terms of overall unemployment in the province, to say we're not supposed to be that province some of the problems were supposed to be eliminated with the competitive advantage of the mining sector. So I think it's a concern for us that we are here to say the other thing might come later. But how do we deal with this 70% of operation that we don't see if DMR statistics are here? So that there is no sign that there is this mining sector that is contributing in terms of GVA, GDP, a lot in the economy. And then, but we cannot test it. We cannot feel it. Those who are in Northwest. I think it's really upon to say, what are the strategies? Even if it's not about social cohesion that is causing that, but what might be the problem that makes that 70% operation is not visible economically? There is a hand there. It's been standing. I can take 3 and then let's say. Okay. Yeah, it's for recording purposes. You need to be recorded. Just take the mic. Yeah, move. Can you give him? Give him.
Comrades or friends, I can say brothers to say, just to say, I'm from Kuma location in Stelfontein, where the Beffelsfontein gold mine operated and the Stelfontein gold mine operated. I'm speaking of the proof that I came with here. So rather than picking the tombs and then going outside there, I will show you each one, teach one. I was taught that slogan in courses. So know these panels. We are going to teach you. Even the DMRE is not capacitated too much to deal with these people, because you will have that thing that you are talking about there, or social labor plan. It's not a true reflection. Let me just go on somewhere, the Nkuma location. The mining rights of a Stelfontein gold mine, that it was liquidated or it ceased to exist. According to MPRTA, there is something that must happen to that mine. There is Wafelsfontein gold mine that existed there in Kuma. There's number 3, 4 shafts and everything. It was liquidated, then DRT, and then now, according to the old order mining rights, that's why I'm saying when you are panelist, you must speak of something that you know. Go and research first. Old order mining rights. You own a dump. When you are owning mining rights, you have created it, and then common law will come into play. Common law, we only knew of common law when it was only on 2008. Or no, after 2004, a common landowner will take care of the dam. So now we are having people who came there yesterday night in 2012, Anglo Gold Ashanti. It came there, it shout number 2, it shout number 3. The moment it went to shout Scott Rock Dam, that's when we stopped there. Or no, this one belongs to Stelfontein Gold Mine.
Yeah, I think you made your point.
You are capitalists, you have been bought to come here, Chief. I'm listening. This organization was organized by the Department of Mineral Resource. I'm having Section 104 issue here. So we are going to give us a chance. This is our government. I'm having a Section 104 application. I'm looking for people here.
Thank you. Thank you. You can bring the. Can we get 3 hands after? Oh, can you bring the mic here? Get one there, and then the other one there.
Thank you very much. My name is Kake Tamaye.
Okay.
I'm from Matlosana. I'm standing here as a member of Small Town Regeneration Group that was introduced by the Local Economic Development, SALGA, and Commonwealth. I'm standing here to contribute closure of the mines, impact that it left to the hosts. The impact is so huge that it's unbearable. Now, it taught us that there has to be life after mining all the time. Even the people who are staying in the labor sending areas where the lifespan is still promising, it's about time they start planning life after mining. We can't always be relying on the existence of the mines. At some point, we need to think out of the unusual box in terms of becoming real entrepreneurs as hosts. But nevertheless, we forgot something as we spoke about the social cohesion. You left out the elders with adequate skills who used to work in the mines. They said, exuberance of the youth must always be blended with an experience of the aged. Now, those with white hairs have got a large amount of experience to make sure that even as we engage in stakeholders engagements that are no longer happening in our vicinity, and that helped a lot to a point where as hosts, we managed during the advent of Anglo Gold Ashanti to make sure that we had Enterprise Development Center for access to finance so that we should equip ourselves in terms of having equipment for whatever the type of niche and specialty that we would have engaged in. Currently, what is happening there is opposite. I am not standing here to promote Anglo Gold Ashanti because even themselves, it's not that they are holy. What happened at the moment is to make sure that if we speak about the cohesion, it should start with that, empowering the people in terms of helping them how to keep on life after mining. Now, the demolition that is happening all the times in the labor sending areas, it's either the lifespan has come to an end or there is a relocation like Anglo Gold sold its own assets and went abroad, Ghana and elsewhere. Now you leave a gap. Now the communities have been relying on Anglo Gold. Anglo Gold is gone. The one that is coming is not coming with the same way as Anglo Gold was operating its own thing. Stakeholders engagement is so vital so that we should engage. Because at the moment, the mines that are there, they have a trend of making sure that they embrace those perceived dangerous hosts. And then they no longer listen to the people that has got the insight that can take our lives forward. Now, I'm going to close it now. So please, let's make sure that we revive the stakeholders' engagement. Without engaging with communities, you are forever going to be having problems. I thank you.
Take it at the back and then you bring it forward.
Thank you very much. I would like to address, should I tell my name? My name is Ntshadi. I'm from Muruleng, Bakhatlabakafel. I would like to comment on the issue of social cohesion with regard to stakeholders. In my own observation, the stakeholders could be viewed at two levels. When the mine starts, before the mine, engagement with the host community at the beginning of the mine. At that time, You cannot talk in most areas where there has never been a mine. There will not be businesses that can participate in the mine. Usually, businesses emerge when the mine already exists, when people see opportunities. So you find when at the commencement of the mine, there are no businesses that can be engaged with. So I suggest that to be two levels of engagement for social cohesion. At the beginning of the mine, and secondly, when the mine now is operational, when people start seeing opportunities, that's when local entrepreneurs see opportunities and they come and request for those opportunities. That's when now those companies now can be involved. That's the first step that I would like to suggest with regard to that engagement. And now the other thing that I would like to raise with regard to Northwest, there are communities who have title deeds on their land. And the land is communally owned. So in the case of that land that is communally owned, there has been a judgment, which is called a landmark judgment. The community, with regard to engaging with the community, in general, there'll be a resolution. But thereafter, the court ruled that land users, with regard to the land user protection, the right of the land user, then the land users also, there are people who will be using that particular spot where the mine has to be. So according to the judgment, those people have to be engaged separately because they are land users. Yeah. So there are a number of issues that I think we shouldn't. And now, with regard to the other addition that I would like to make, there is CPA. I don't hear a mention of CPA with regard to that, because in other areas, you find CPA is the land which is being, where the mine is the land that has been claimed. And that's where the CPA has the role. But with regard to the land which has not been claimed, CPA has no role. So I would like to make those suggestions in addition to what we have. And then the last one that I would like to indicate are the employees. The minute the mines start operating, there's an influx that was mentioned by Raisaka. Workers coming from different areas of South Africa who come to work at that mine. That's where the complication comes. Because you find locals who may not have ever had an experience in working on the mines. The mining company brings in people from elsewhere. And that's another element that I think should be incorporated when we come to social cohesion. Thank you.
Good day. Thanks, moderator and the panel and the delegates of the conference. My name is Samuel No. I'm the chairperson of Kanana Business Forum. I reside here in the Northwest in Rustenburg. I think, moderator, you were correct to coin this topic as the mine versus local communities, because that is currently what is happening. We cannot deny that. If only to draw from yesterday's experience here, where you saw community storming in here. One of the issues that I think as a business forum and as delegates of this conference we must reflect on are, in terms of the mining charter 3 under the stakeholder, our rights as stakeholders are clearly stipulated there. And thus far, the mines are not adhering to that. Hence, the question of monitoring comes to the forth. Because as a regulator, DMRE, you are the one who are supposed to ensure that these mines comply to the charter. We cannot have mining companies that undermines the law of the country. We have, I mean, in our midst here, in Rustenburg, it's a sad state of affairs where we have more than 30 mining companies. Some, they've been here for more than 50 years, like Impala. Impala do have 15 operations in Rustenburg. You have your Samanco here, you have your Glencore here, which contribute, I think, more than 50 billion rand, plus 50 billion rand in terms of the procurement spend. But the socio-economic benefits are nowhere to be traced. And it can be correct. We can't be spectators of our own economy. It can be correct. The moment you start raising these genuine issues with them, they regard you as hooligans and as unreasonable groupings. They enforce, interdict. They even go to a length of blacklisting you to do the business with the mines. Hence, we always say that capital is arrogant. I mean, in Rustenburg, almost all the SMMEs, they should have been absorbed by these companies. You cannot have a mine, in this case, Impala, in their previous financial year report, 2020 June to 2021 June, they say they have spent 7.9 billion in their local spend. But go around Rustenburg, you can't trace those figures. They're only numbers. And you get the report as DMR. And when you go through the reports, you say, no, these people, they're doing quite well. It's fallacy. That thing doesn't exist. So I think as DMR, we're employing you to really investigate these numbers because the devil is in the details. Go to where we reside. We resemble poverty. It's a fact. As Rustenburg and Northwest community, we can't continue to be the spectators of an economy. When you sharply raise these issues, you're only subjected to community projects versus capital projects. Because we cannot only be the beneficiaries of community projects where you only subjected to build community halls and internal roads. We want to participate in core production, in core mining, the engineering sector, and the core functions of the mine. That's where money is. There's money there. Other provinces are reaping the rewards of our gains in the Northwest. You've got people as far as Limpopo, Gauteng, benefiting out of the Northwest. We're only the gateway. And as residents of this province, we are reduced to the spectators. And you seem not to be able to hold these mining giants accountable. It's a fact. And there is a wide cartel that is running these mines. Because systematically, this system is designed to deliberately exclude the locals from the mine. You go to Glencore, Samanco, Sibanye, you will get the same treatment. It can't be correct. In order for one to participate, you must be a friend of an engineer or a senior manager or a proxy for that matter. It can't be correct. By the way, our marriage as a community and the investor or mining giants, it's natural. Because of our natural deposit in terms of the mineral, you are forced to come to work where we reside. So that togetherness, it's not there. It's not there. The role of the last one, and in conclusion, I think you'll have to check with all the government entities here. There are no CSI project in Rustenburg. There are no CSI project in Rustenburg. And DMRE, how do these companies continue to get the license or the renewal of their license, whereas there is no stakeholders engagement? The last time some of us were engaged, it was during the year 2002, in Impala in this case. But continuously, their licenses are renewed. Their stakeholders officers are just a desk. So In terms of the capacitation of the business forum, I think as the MRU, you also need to play a very critical role there, because we can't entrust capital to capacitate us to fight them. That won't happen. That won't happen. So as a government of the people, by the people, we have that responsibility to empower your people so that we can enforce these managers to make their meaningful contribution. We are tired of crumbs. We are really tired of crumbs. We are claiming what is rightfully ours. Rustenburg now is burning because of Anglo, because of Implets, because of Samango. And we will continuously rise, will continuously stage the fight to their doorstep, will continuously shut down all this stuff because they are not beneficial to us. To whose benefit should we continue to let the status quo prevail? I therefore thank you.
Can you bring the mic forward? Can you bring the mic forward on the second table?
I was worried that I'm being marginalized. Maybe it's because of where I'm seated. My name is Kopano Kunupi. I come from NWDC, and in my other capacity, I'm the Provincial Secretary of COSATU. Maybe the point where we must start is the point which was made by Comrade Madoda when he was speaking on behalf of Flagstop Incorporated yesterday and talking to the organizers of this conference. The manner in which this conference has been organized creates what from Mineral Council says, we are creating a conflict environment. We have convened a conference where the content and all the things of the conference comes from the industry, and the audience come from other stakeholders, which is labor, communities, and all those things. So we have not brought any panelists from labor. We have not brought any panelists from the communities which are living in the mines. We then did say that there's something that is being fed down into our throat. Why don't we bring in the communities we live in the mining areas to be part of the panelists, starting from yesterday, moving down towards the trade? So it's as if communities are not social partners, they are just a dependent on or irritating department. But labor is not considered as a very important stakeholder in this conference, or is also considered as an irritant. So maybe I had the DDG yesterday say that moving from here, you are going to the Northern Cape. As you go into the Northern Cape, consider to be comprehensive so that you avoid this us and them environment. And lastly, as I conclude in the Chigove, and that the Raisaka brought a very interesting German experiment where workers participated in the building. You can take, for an example, one of the most famous cars which were built by the prisoners, Volkswagen. It is a company that came, and workers who are working in that company participate in the governance and the running of that company. These are some of the things that can resolve conflict. These employees who works in the mines, they live in the communities. They know what are the community challenges. They come back, they can explain what are the challenges that the mines is facing to their own communities, and they can inform the mines what is the challenges and the needs of the communities. But if you continue to live in isolations, our problems will not be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the message is very clear. And then I understand that most of the hands that are still up are covered. Can we check our delegates virtually if there is anything, we give them opportunity? Let's share this cake together. Then we'll come back. I noticed you. Before we close, we are behind time. Do we have anything? No, we can move on. So I wanted to go back to the panel. I understand that it was let's not say a sensitive matter, but I think it's a matter that requires more discussion, even after this engagement in terms of stakeholder, because there was some confession in terms of to say this stakeholder engagement in other areas is not the resource. It might not be all in other areas. And then there are areas that needs to be focused on. I understand Advocate Mukwena, when we really have a similar engagement like this, it's not going to be one of the debate. Because I think these are the things that must go to the resolution of the conference. And then it must be shared with all the parties that are participated here. And then they are invited. Maybe when you come back, we will start with the resolution of this conference first to check how far have we gone in terms of implementing them. Then we can really move on. Let me give the opportunity. I understand that there are pressing issues if there's still time, but let me give the opportunities to our panelists to try and then cover two issues. I think they're part of social cohesion, and then the stakeholders that needs to be engaged, it came very clear. And then also Mr. Kunupi added other stakeholders that needs to be part of that social cohesion. To say, let's deal with the assessment of those cohesion and then strategies that we need to. You have already indicated, Mr. Raisaka, correctly. You have already indicated to say one of the strategy, and then you have been also supported in the floor, is to deal with the post-mining issues, socio-economic factors. When we are able to start, then what are other strategies that we can able to sustain our communities where this mining operates moving forward? For all our panelists, that's the item that you need to deal with.
My comments would be that when we live in an era, in an epoch where capitalism is seen as having no moral or ethical values, where it's seen as being exclusive rather than inclusive, we will always have this type of conflict. We will have a relationship which is adversarial rather than complementary. So I therefore go back to my earlier suggestion, and that is that we must have what I call trust leadership. And trust leadership must be inclusive, it must be transparent. I mentioned the example of the German workers. Let me just tell you that in the UK, they used to have thousands of people working in car manufacturing. And if you look today at the UK and the manufacturing industry there, it's down, it's gone. Because the work there has been taken to Mexico. It's been outsourced to cheaper countries where the car companies are exploiting the workers. But Germany, on the other hand, still has thousands of car manufacturing workers. And that is because they were inclusive, they were transparent. And the workers could question a greedy senior executive or CEO who allocates themselves bonuses that are completely, as I said, absolutely almost criminal. So you need to do that. So there is what the World Economic Forum report now says. It talks about social cohesion erosion. And we are not the only country that is mentioned in there. There are about 31 countries, which include France, Argentina, Mexico, Germany, and so on, and South Africa. So there is a global perception and a global movement where social cohesion is being eroded. And it's being eroded because there has not been a narrative that questions the greed that we see in capitalism. I speak as a shareholder in the mine, so I speak as a co-owner, but I am saying, that, and I speak as a director, to say that to award really insensitive large bonuses to senior executives and so on, and yet the workers, those who sacrifice their lives, who go underground, receive a paycheck that allows them to, move from paycheck to paycheck and so on. You are not creating trust leadership.
Okay.
Trust leadership is about transparency, it's about inclusivity, it's about questioning that which is immoral and unethical, and it's about education. You cannot educate people from far, and they cannot educate you. And education is not a one-way street, it's a two-way. Because more often than not, we think that when you are in a dominant economy,
to bring us to where we are today is the fact that there is commitment from the department, from mining companies, and from workers to reach that zero harm. So that social compact, I think, is what we need as well when it comes to ensuring that we strengthen the glue that holds our communities together. We need industry, we need all role players, we need business forum, my brother there at the back, but we also need to ensure that our value chain is inclusive. Here is something that I always say, but people don't like it. But it's a fact. But let's take something out of it. The mining industry is not going to get rid of the 54% with unemployment in Rustenburg, not on its own. What the mining industry can do is to become a catalyst for the reduction of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. We need all hands on deck to do this. But it is absolutely critical for us as a mining industry to ensure that we become that catalyst. But as a catalyst, you lead to other reactions. So if we speak about post-mining economies, we don't speak about those at the end of the mining operation. When we start digging the hole in the ground, by the way, we are the only industry that can create a town by digging a small hole in the ground. When we start digging a hole in the ground, that is when we need to be thinking, how do we diversify this local economy so that one, we don't have a mining town, but we have got thriving towns and communities that have mining as but one of the economic activities in the area. So it is important for me to ensure that, as we move forward as an industry, we begin to understand that we need to play that catalytic role. We've done quite a bit, but I don't think that we've done enough. We need our partners. A marriage, again, my brother, requires two strong partners. Yes, you will have disagreements, you will have fights, but you don't slam the door and walk away. You resolve your challenges and you work together towards resolving those challenges. Likewise, I think where we sit as the mining industry and all of the stakeholders around us, we, for instance, need stronger local and provincial government. Because if we had spent 4 billion on enterprise and supply development, on economic development, rather than on infrastructure, we might have had a very different picture when it comes to where Rustenburg is today. I am not saying that we don't have a responsibility to do infrastructure projects. Yes, we do. But what we need to do is to ensure that these partnerships are strong. You can't have a giant and a minnow in a partnership. It does not work that way. So we do need to ensure that we empower each other and we are in a position to work together to achieve what we call social cohesion.
Thank you. Thank you. Desmond, in closing.
Yeah, I cannot agree with Alex more. I think what is critical in this partnership is that there should be one common vision of where this partnership is going. And once we have that vision, what we can see changing, we need to actively and passionately drive together to achieve those. And one of those visions should be to have enterprises on the side which can continue to operate once the mine is not operational anymore. And I think that way we can make the biggest difference in the communities going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Mutswana,
Thanks.
in
Sir.
closing.
Yeah, look, I think you can go left, right, and center, but there are two things which are facts on the table. One is that there's a community. Two is that there's mining that is taking place either in the community or next to the community. So the bottom line is, how do you make sure that mining is sustainable in that community? Sustainable meaning there is cohesion where mining is taking place. There are only three things that can take you there, but they are under the theme called inclusivity. Under inclusivity, number one thing is we have to manage expectations. Myself as a miner, I've got expectations when I get there. The communities as the host, they've got expectations when I come. So we need to manage those expectations. Two is that there's something called compliance, regulator. If a mine can just do, I'm sorry to use this wrong way, minimal compliance, you'll see that the cohesion level will start going up. Just having done minimal compliance. And the minimal compliance, it's something that's been drafted by the government to help us to engage with the communities. The SLPs, for example, are sort of the minimal compliance. It says, if you start negotiating with the communities, here are the points to start negotiating. And you know what? It brings in the local government into the picture. And those are the people we need. The final point is communication. Whatever you do, communicate with your partners. In other words, build a partnership between yourself and the community. When you're complying with the social labor plan, communicate with them, show them, tell them, this is what I'm doing. Of course, the SLP is coming from them, it's not coming from you. That's a fact. SLP is not coming from the mine. No mine says I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. The community, when you do the SLP together with the local government, they say, here are the projects. Which ones can you do? Or bring a project that will help solve the solutions of, the problems of this community. So the social labor plan projects and everything are coming from the community. The human resource development, the infrastructure development, the enterprise development, all those things are coming from the community. So communicate. So those are the three things: expectation management, compliance, and communication.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then thank you to all my panelists, Mr. Raisaka, Mr. Kumalo, Desmond, and then Mr. Mutswana. Apologies, I was failing to pronounce some name correctly. And then if there were some of the things that maybe I didn't handle it very well, even on the side of the floor, please forgive me. He wanted to really achieve where we are. But I think most of the things will be left with the organizers of the conference in terms of the resolution, knowing that failing to build a well-coordinated and then informed stakeholder engagement will result in a failure on the development initiative. And then also what we need to live with in terms of these things. Let's go and then revise some of the things like economic perspective or economic impacts where this mining operates, social, cultural, and then leadership. And then environmental one, which we have not spoken much about it, involve health and safety. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Ntate Chikovi and all of the panelists. Yeah, the social labor plans can be a very tricky and tricky issue. I think when we started in the morning, when we received the presentation, we did indicate that the fourth panel would have a tough business with the delegates, particularly the community representatives. I must indicate also that although the host is the Department of Minerals, we've got the three spheres of government present here, so we're taking notes of the relevant issues because these communities are situated in the Northwest Province. It's not only their responsibility, but is the responsibility of the three spheres. I'm now going to call on Advocate Thabo Mokoena, the Director General of the department, to do a summary of today's proceedings for us and provide us with a way forward. Let us see this conference as a continuing engagement in the issues of mining and the opportunities that it can present. So whatever issues may be hanging, let's link up with each other to make sure that we conclude what we may not have concluded in this conference. Thank you very much, Advocate Mokoena. Hey. It's not fun.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the DG in the province. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, Mr. S.G. Mantashe, and also to acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Minister. We also have our Honorable Premier that is still in attendance, Honorable Premier Kaubitsa Mape, the Northwest House of Traditional Leaders led by Khoshi Mushi Mape, and also all the Khoshis that are in attendance. The Honorable MECs that are in attendance, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy, Me Tebogo Modise, all the executive mayors, speakers and MMCs and councillors that are in attendance, and also to acknowledge the presence of the Director General of the province. All DDGs and the HODs from the province, the CEOs of state-owned entities that are in attendance, the captains of the industry, the emerging miners, as we have heard that they are also here in big numbers. We refer to them as junior miners. And also our women and the youth representatives that are in attendance. The representatives of various institutes and organizations, and our media houses that are in attendance. And also those that are in the visual platform, you are also welcomed. And I would like to say all protocol observed. We have a brief, as we cannot deal with each and everything that has been said from this session. But what we can confirm is that the delegates into this Northwest Investment or Mining Investment Conference, which we have more than 250 that is gathered here, has resolved on the specific areas that must be given the necessary attention by all the relevant stakeholders. We have taken note of all the issues that have been raised by relevant stakeholders into this conference. Now, we do acknowledge, or the delegates do acknowledge, that the role of mining and its significance in the South African economy was proven more during the difficult times in our country during the COVID-19. As you know that the minister confirmed this, that mining played a very pivotal role during the economic reconstruction and recovery of our country. It made a significant contribution to the fiscus. And so we would continue to ensure that all the measures that must be put in place to ensure that the industry continues with its contribution to the economy or rebuilding our economy, we don't fail. The other issue that has been raised, which is a very important point, is the collaboration with the industry in building a sustainable mining industry, and also with its continued contribution to the GDP. The minister highlighted yesterday that we have moved from 8% contribution to the GDP. We are now at 9.2%. Now, hopefully, then as per his guidance, that an analysis must be done as to whether is this contribution as a result of the sales or as a result of the production. Now, the focus should mainly be on production. Now, this point, it is also linked with what he spoke about, which it also came out of the deliberations, the mineral exploration strategy. As you know that we need to exploit the green fields, that's where the new value will derive. We do acknowledge that the brown fields continue to make or to play their role in contributing to the economy and also creating jobs or sustaining jobs that have been created. But the primary focus in terms of the guidance that comes from the delegates, which is a decision that has already been taken by government, is that we must be more aggressive in mineral exploration strategy as well as the implementation plan. We have taken note of energy shortages that the department must continue, and it must be more aggressive in implementing the RP 2019. And that will be done through our entities, which is NERSA as well as ESCOM, to ensure that we facilitate where it is necessary from the side of the department. And we believe that it is only through this way that we'll be able to attract investments. The issue of social cohesion has been raised. I will not repeat what has been raised because it came up right now, that social compact, it is very important between all the stakeholders, our communities, the mining industry, labor, and government. And so I've taken note of this point. This is also linked to the revival of a stakeholder engagement, which is a matter that is very important, and the department with its community liaison unit must be active on the ground in ensuring that we engage with our communities, because communities at times, they tend to make decisions because they are not being given the necessary attention that they're seeking at that time. And so it is important that we act proactively in dealing with those challenges that our communities are confronted with. And now this will require the partnership between the province and our district municipalities, as well as local municipalities and all relevant stakeholders in ensuring that we attend to all these issues that have been raised. As you know that we also have a SALGA, which helps in terms of coordination at a strategic level. The issue of illegal mining, it has also been raised by this conference. And what has been inculcated to us is that where there is illegal mining, that area should be characterized as a crime scene. And therefore, the law enforcement agencies must do their work, because this has got a potential to undermine the efforts that are being put in place to address the socio-economic challenges that our people are faced with. Because if you have illegal mining activities taking place, they undermine the very same efforts of government and relevant stakeholders of ensuring that we respond to the socio-economic challenges that our country is confronted with. And so in the department, we have the unit, which is called Compliance and Enforcement Unit. And the conference has resolved that the unit must be immediately on the ground. And we also take note of what was raised yesterday, that there is a strategy that is being worked on between the department and also our subs. And the executive authority of the department is also playing a very pivotal role together with his colleague from the side of subs, the executive authority from the side of subs, to ensure that what we call specialized task force in the mining industry is established, and it will require all stakeholders to play their role in ensuring that this unit comes into fruition. The issue of the mines that are under care and maintenance, it has also been raised. It came up quite strongly even this morning, that companies must be engaged because some of those mines, they can still be revived if the big players, they can relinquish them to small players. Because if you look at their overheads, they are quite exorbitant, but if you get a small player, the small player should be able to operate that mine or a shaft optimally, and we can derive value instead of sterilizing those mines. And so this point has been taken note of, and we have the captains of the industry here. We have the representatives of the Minerals Council as well. And so this is the sure that we improve the logistics and movement of commodities. It has also been resolved that there must be with a specific focus or targeting the SEZs to drive value addition and job creation. The issue of small scale and junior is committed. The other point that has also been looked at is the industry must commit or continue with its commitment with the SLPs and also the CSI. And now this issue came out quite strongly during the panel discussion right now. And over and above this, to ensure that SMME's development must receive a greater attention to facilitate local economies with a greater participation of local small businesses. And so this point has been taken note of. And so it's something that must be implemented. Now, coming to the last point, the HOD was saying that perhaps we should, next year when we reconvene, give a feedback of what has been done, what has been achieved, what has not been achieved, and to give reasons why. Now, as you are aware that this is not the first conference that we are having, we continue to improve from one conference to the other. Now, the minister raised the concern that, with government officials, when you say you would give a feedback within 3 months, but that 3 months will come and pass by without any feedback being provided. Now, one of the things that we are committing as part of the resolution of this conference is that there will be a quarterly reporting. As you are aware that the minister is also a champion of this district for DTM. And so which means we are going to ensure that we have quarterly reports, all the teams. There shall be no one that will be too busy not to be available to give a feedback in terms of the work that has been done. Here we are referring to both the departments or government in general, and also the mining industry, our social partners in general, because we do have other social partners here in attendance, and also other relevant stakeholders in the form of labor, as it has been raised. But that continuous assessment of the implementation of the resolutions that have been taken. We have a comprehensive report that has been prepared. Here I'm just giving the key areas in terms of what we have committed on. And so that is going to be our marching orders from here moving forward. And we remain optimistic that all these commitments that have been made here, they will be honored, because it is only through that that will be able to address the challenges that have been raised, the challenge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, working together with all relevant stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mukwena. We now drift into the closure of the conference. I hope that the summation and way forward of the conference would then be circulated to all the delegates of conference, so that we have a record of the issues that were raised and the undertakings that were made. That is important for a number of reasons, so that the leadership at provincial and municipal level can pick up those issues which are within their competencies to take them forward as well in assisting our communities. That's the first point. The second point is that I'm here for the last time because I'll be inviting the last speaker on the program, and I must thank you for being a good and disciplined audience for the half day of this conference. Let me also apologize for the slight delay that we have experienced. We're supposed to have closed by now, but I'm sure the delegates also appreciate that panel 4 was always going to be tricky for the conference, and we spent a lot of time than we had anticipated. I apologize in that regard. Let me take this opportunity to invite the Deputy Minister of Minerals, Resources and Energy to come and do the closing remarks to the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Program Director, for an opportunity. Maybe you can see me. I know that I'm a bit challenged. Like my colleague there, Mr. Mabuza. We're one of those people who are a bit challenged. Program Director, my apologies, I won't be able to pronounce some of the surnames correctly, but I believe that the conference is going to understand, because we're a very diverse community in South Africa. My sister was directing the program on the first day, Mr. Mokhutle, was directing the program today. Our Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Mr. Kwede Samson Mandashe, the Premier of the Northwest Province, Mr. Bushi Mape, members of the Northwest Executive Council present here, traditional authorities, Director General of the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, as well as the officials of the various departments, the chairperson of the select committee, captains of the industry, business formations present, investors and distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Minister, I just want to first start by saying it is a bit heartwarming on my side to be part of this diverse portfolio that gathered here today to actually critically analyze the challenges that we are facing in the mining sector and come up with sustainable solutions on the problems that we are facing as the country. Allow me then to share the same conviction with a world icon, Mr. Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela, who once said, "Fools multiply when wise men are silent." Program Director, for me, there is a correlation between this statement and what has been said by Alvin Toffler when he said, I quote, "The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who can't read and write, but it will be those who can't learn and learn and relearn." I remember that even yesterday, some of the speakers, I remember the guy who spoke about junior miners did indicate on this conviction that I'm indeed sharing today with you. Today, we have witnessed wise women and men gathered here for the past 2 days to raise their voicing and sharing insights on predicaments that affect the country and in particular the mining industry. We want to assure the conference that this is not going to be a talk show. There will be follow-up interventions and programs on issues and commitments that have been made by various parties in this conference. We have come full cycle in our endeavors to convene the Northwest Provincial Mining Conference, as indicated by the minister when he opened this event yesterday, and as echoed by various officials. This is one of the 3 provincial conferences planned by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. We have already convened the first in Limpopo last year and will soon be convening the last one in the Northern Cape province this year. It has been apparent from the presentations and discussions in this conference that the South African mining sector has been resilient against the adversity of both the global economic decline in productivity as well as the impacts of the COVID-19 on South Africa's productivity. We also took note of the geopolitical events that may further distress the global economy. We already know how the geopolitical factors on the sanctions imposed on Iran impacted on global oil prices, but also directly impacted us as we imported oil from that country. The importance of noting this is that we must not be caught off guard, but we must anticipate such by mitigating preemptive actions. The minister pointed out that we must distinguish between higher income earnings contribution to GDP as flowing from higher productivity as distinguished from what flowing from increased sales. Allow me to re-emphasize and put into context the point that he has articulated by the minister, because it points out directly to one of the tasks that should occupy center stage, being that we must seek to progressively grow production in the mining sector through decisive interventions. Of course, all the interventions we make in this mining sector must address the historic development challenges of poverty, inequality, inclusivity, gender participation, community development, as well as concerns of matters directly affecting the labor. In other words, the new investment model must comprehensively address societally development needs. Key to investment alongside finance is finding the minerals that must be mined, hence the utmost importance of exploration. We have noted in this mining investment conference the obligations to ensure sustainable development. Our exploration strategy, which has been submitted to Cabinet in December, attends to the comprehensive challenges of sustainable development, particularly as it pertains to preservation of the environment. However, Program Director, we have also noted the concerted efforts at halting exploration with the excuse that such degrade the environment. We must stress the point that it cannot be one or the other. It is not either the environment or development. We must focus on both and find a balanced approach in this regard. Worth noting is that if we don't defend our right to responsibly explore and exploit our natural resources, the consequence is that such investments on exploration are then shifted to other countries. We as the country may ironically end up purchasing those minerals and beneath the soil from the countries who are more receptive to mining exploration than ourselves. And the minister cannot be alone in defending this. We need collaborative efforts from the mining sector to address this impediment. It is a message that we must carry from this mining investment conference that there are no shortcuts but hard work to acquire capital, be it black or white. Perhaps it is a message that we must take along as we encourage those who only hope to benefit instantly from such conferences without methodologically and steadfast applying their minds and energy to achieving their own developmental goals. As a department and as mining companies, we must not be found wanting. We must not impede entry into the mining industry by women, young people, and all those historically disadvantaged from mining industry participation. It was also revealed here that Black empowerment must not be through peripheral activities such as cutting grass around the mining area, but must be on those activities related to extraction, transportation, and processing of mineral resources. The people of our land, they want to be part and parcel of each and every activity that is taking place in the mining sector. As far as energy is concerned, the conference was in unison that we must move from higher carbon to lower or zero carbon emission, as opposed to moving from fossil fuel to non-fossil fuels. Our stance is that through technology, all sources can be transitioned into cleaner sources of energy, such as clean coal. Our people naturally look with keen interest on this provincial investment mining conference. They rightfully hope that as we meet as government, the mining sector, labor, and the community representatives, that we do not miss their own development interest. We have emphasized here that such development interventions must not be handout of money, but of legacy projects, pulling resources together that will ensure sustainable development, even when the minerals being extracted have been depleted and the mines have closed down. As the department, we remain committed to ensuring promotion of local investors while still open to international investors as well. Junior miners remain an avenue with which to empower Black capitalists and therefore bridge the inequality gap. I do hope as we proceed with these investment drives, we'll be able to quantify the various development goals on legacy projects, the number of Black capitalists created, contribution to higher employment levels, number of women and young entering the mining sector, and so forth. At some stage, the department will pen a report on what we would have achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, My task here was not to rehash the entire conference discussions, but to flag some of the highlights and topical issues as a way to comment your profound contribution to this Northwest Mining Investment Summit. Before the closure, Program Director, I wish to indicate that we have noted some of the issues, in particular, the gender representation on the panel, as well as the inclusivity and hands are disturbing me now. I take this opportunity once more to first thank the team DMRE, led by our DG, for organizing this fruitful and insightful conference, and to thank you all and wish you well as you take your trips to your respective homes. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. In the absence of any announcements from the preparatory team, I assume lunch will be served as it was yesterday. Or is there anybody? I had thought I would see one of the conference preparatory team members for that announcement. Is there anyone ready to do it now quickly? Oh, it's as it was yesterday. Oh, okay. So lunch will be served as it was yesterday. Thank you very much, delegates.
Also, Muruti, I asked you the other time, okay, all right, to help me. Kasesotu. Oh, but they didn't understand. All right, but tonight, this is the headquarters yabasuthu. All right, ke kopa o re etse hape ke o tsa se bute shape wa tsamaya le rona yo wa tsamaya le rona yo wa tsamaya le rona hai re ya boka hai o ska mina ene ba ibine bona mina wait sing it one more time wait come